Solid Bite can help. With the latest techniques and technology, you'll be showing off your smile in no time. Call Solid Bite in Melbourne now to receive your free booklet. 321-259-8000.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
Kevin, why is my auto insurance so expensive? I need to switch because my company raised my rates again.
I hear you, Jay. I had the same problem, but then I called Acceptance. They saved me hundreds on my car insurance.
Really?
Yes, Acceptance was great. They did all the work comparing different plans and found me the best payment options that fit my budget.
Do you have their number?
Sure do. 800-606-7049. 800-606-7049.
Why pay more for auto insurance? Acceptance Insurance has offices in your neighborhood, and one call to Acceptance could save you up to 30% on your car insurance. 800-606-7049. Let Acceptance shop for you. By comparing and finding the best rates, you could save up to 30%. 800-606-7049. 800-606-7049. Acceptance Insurance. We shop, you save. Restrictions apply based on Q1 2024 study of Acceptance Insurance customers who reported saving when they switched. License number L012294.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 407-213-0000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Want to win $15,000 in new impact windows from Reese Windows? Pick up your phone and text the word WOW to 20129. That's WOW to 20129.
One of the dangers of buying a lab-grown diamond versus a natural diamond is you could be paying way too much.
Somebody is getting a product for $6,000 and they sell it for $55,000. That's a sin. That's a crime as far as I'm concerned.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire says lab-grown diamonds are being marketed as less expensive alternatives, but the truth is their inherent value is dropping fast due to mass production.
You go try to sell that man-grown diamond back to the market, nobody wants it. There's no market for it.
Keith says just be careful. You need to get all all the facts before you take a shortcut that you could regret down the road if the trend continues.
What you're buying is a throwaway diamond as far as I'm concerned. The fish tanks are waiting, and they're going to be filled.
At International Diamond Center, we're proud to say all of our diamonds come from Mother Earth and took millions of years to make and are real, rare, precious, and ethically sourced. International Diamond Center, helping people navigate the diamond industry for more than 40 years.
When he presents that to his future fiancée, you want him to be proud.
Altamont Springs, Mall at Millennia, and Waterford Lakes.
This earful of Rail Radio is sponsored by RC Hill Mitsubishi, Highway 1792 in DeLand.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Coming to you live from the JustCallMo.com studios. Accidents happen, but Mo's here to help. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Visit JustCallMo.com or call 1-800-CALL-MO. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Bend it. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers. You are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
Here we go on a Wednesday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that, as we do every single day. We do have a great-ass program for you this afternoon. We'll get you caught up on what's happening out there. Deb will do that at 3:20 with JCS News. 4 o'clock, it's full. Animal House, Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando dropping by. Kathy Burns, Kenny Tallier will join us. Scott Maxwell is in the house as well. We're talking about Orlando now being the side piece in baseball negotiations. A great, great article today about the entire idea of bringing baseball to Orlando and how we've been played. Very interesting article.
Cool.
5 o'clock hour, it's trivia. Tickets Orlando City versus DC United, or tickets to see Glass Animals. We'll end it up with You Heard It Here first. Of course, your calls, texts, and talkbacks all day long. Welcome to the program. I am Jim. To my left, my lovely and very dangerous co-host, Ms. Deb Roberts.
Hello there.
Straight ahead, producer Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
The Dump King. He's the Dump King, this guy. Good Lord of mercy. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Find us easily on social. Instagram, Facebook, that's at Jim Colbert, or at The Jim Colbert Show. And X is just at Jim Colbert Show, of course, all day, every day. At JimColbertLive.com. That's where you can check us out right there online.
Ooh.
And do all the fun stuff. Check us out on YouTube by clicking right through. Give us a like and subscribe. You can leave a talk back today if you'd like with the iHeartRadio app. Just go to Real Radio. You'll see that little microphone there. Use that to send your comment over to Jack. And you can text us all day long. We love that when you do that, by the way, 77031.
I want to crawl into the fourth square of our YouTube channel right now and just hang out with the pileated woodpecker.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
That one there on the left, yeah. Is it pileated or pileated?
Pileated.
I always went with pileated.
Pileated,
what does that mean?
I believe.
What does pileated mean?
It's a type of woodpecker, and they can be quite large as well.
Yeah.
Well, they're already pretty big, aren't they? I mean,
well, not your downy. Was it downy bellied?
I don't know. We see them out there at the property, and they look pretty big from.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, up in the tree, they look big.
They are.
We have an owl on our property. It looks like a GD tombstone sitting in the tree.
Oh,
I'm not kidding. I do at the house.
Who?
Oh, he's...
Who?
Thanks, Dad.
Thanks for responding.
Thanks, Dad.
I do. At the house.
Yeah, he's a big one. He is a big one. You know how much I love owls.
Oh, yeah.
I sat and talked to him one day. I was like, I wish I had your life. Just flying around murdering squirrels and rats. That'd be the best thing ever. Just picking them apart while you're flying and then just go on to the next woman.
Really, I learned a lot about owls from, by the way, if you're not watching it, it's available on Peacock, the America series on NBC, narrated by Tom Hanks.
It's so brilliant.
The camera work is just amazing. What they've captured and the effort they go to that, it's just gorgeous video capturing things that most of us have not seen before. And you think, oh, the animal, we've seen it all. But no, they find new stuff.
Oh, wow.
And the last episode was a heavy focus on Florida and Florida wildlife, but it included the owls of Marco Island, which I learned all about.
That's cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the burrowing owls.
Yeah, it's so funny.
We have burrowing owls?
All over Marco Island.
Wow.
They have signs for them, low-flying owls. And they're out, people walking by, they're just there.
Seems like a joke.
Yeah, but it's amazing what they're capturing, the stories they're telling, and what Tom Hanks' voice.
Right.
But the stories they capture, and there's parts where you are cheering for these things.
You know, the funny thing is going back to the Planet Earth series, years back, and I'll never forget, that's when I found out that I had an HD TV.
Right.
Yes.
I wish that you could have been in the room that day to get the laugh that my wife got. Because I got my first HD, real balls out, it was 720, I think, at the time, or 1040 or whatever it was, television. And I was so excited to see how clear it was because we had some projection TV before that.
Yep.
And this would have been like an 05, 06, 07, something like that, whatever it was. And I remember plugging the thing in, and it was still the RGB cords. It wasn't even a HDMI cord yet. And I remember plugging it in, and I'm on the phone. I said, I don't see it. It looks normal. I don't see it. It looks normal.
Yep, that sounds like you.
And then he's like, well, switch over. You got to go to the settings and go to this. Yeah. And when I clicked on that 1040, I'm like, oh, goddamn! It was like a whole different. And I sat there on the end of my bed and just marveled at it. But Planet Earth is where I really saw that television come to life because and to be honest with you, I think there is an addendum kind of show to that shows you what these photographers have to go through to get these shots. And man, how do these people not get more credit and more accolades for what they do? One dude slept in a jungle for 3 days, being eaten alive by every bug and mosquito out there to get that dancing mating ritual of those two birds.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
the ones that got up on that log and did all the crazy.
Yes,
that dude lived in the worst jungle conditions for a week to get that footage, and nobody even knows who that guy is.
I know.
Attenborough gets all the
like Tom Hanks. We're talking about Tom Hanks. It's his voice.
Right.
You know what? He sat in an air-conditioned studio and read from a piece of paper.
Yeah, he ain't sitting in Alaska waiting for some polar bear to mate.
Yeah.
That guy's in a comfy LA studio.
Yeah.
Sipping tea.
Oh.
Good, sir. Where is that again?
It's NBC airs it every Sunday at 7,
Very
but
nice.
you can catch the whole series on Peacock.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah,
That's good to know.
That
Sunday
is cool.
at 7.
Yeah. And I'm sure that it'll be available, after the fact. You'll be able to get it episodically, right?
That's where it is on Peacock. So right now it's
gotcha.
on demand on Peacock. Or if you just want to wait, it'll come out on NBC Sunday nights at 7.
Yeah. That's interesting because I remember I just see clips online.
Yeah.
And even the stuff you see online is amazing.
Yeah.
Simply amazing.
They talked about the Florida aquifer and the divers that went down there, just the water in Florida and how
freshwater cave diving capital of the world.
Yeah.
Florida is, North Florida. In that area, more freshwater caves to dive, more cave systems, more safe cave systems, I should say, and mapped cave systems where you can do it as safely as you can possibly do it when you're going underwater for a couple hours.
Talked a lot about alligators as well, and then I learned about the ocelot in Texas.
Oh, yeah, the ocelot in Texas. Very nice.
Well, back to the water, it's always good to, when you visit another state and you see someone with a cool bottle of Zephyr Hills to just say, hey, I swam in that.
Right, exactly.
Before you drank it. A little bit of me in that bottle right there.
And just to let you know,
Enjoy.
I don't get out to pee.
Yeah. Also, that week I had a small fungal issue.
Right.
You might want to check. You might want to gargle with some peroxide. Something growing around the area there. Can't really explain. It's still there, actually. All right, 407-916.
Oh, Mr. Peanut, good to know.
1041.
Speaking of nature, though.
Let me give you the number. Let me give you the number. Speaking of nature, what?
Florida has welcomed 3 new baby panthers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is good because we lost another one on the roads.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that that eagle, that got a lot of attention. During that snowstorm last week, they lost one of the eaglets.
Oh, it's Jackie and...
Yeah. They lost one of them.
However, the ones we've been watching in our fourth box for over the past month or so, Dasher and Dancer, they flew the coop.
Oh, wow.
They grew up. That's the one we've watched the most in our fourth box.
And that's a scary one too. It was weird because when I saw that when the eagle kind of came out of that snowstorm hit, I remember seeing a video that popped up on my social media feeds. I'm like, what is this? Why would you're just showing a snowstorm? And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, we all know shores. And I was just started to just scroll by. And it was this eagle under 6 inches of snow. And it just raised its head up and shook everything off. And, of course, it stood up, and there were the eaglets under there.
No.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
I wouldn't do even half that for my kids.
They know.
I would not even do half that for my kids. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. a little reboot from something we talked about last week in regards to how often you're supposed to clean your reusable water thing.
Oh.
Because I have mine right here. I know that Jack has one that he uses every day. I don't think you use one, right?
No.
No, you don't. So I saw a
Deb hates water.
BBC piece on this, on how often you're supposed to clean these things. Let's just say it was eye-opening. How many times do you think a week the BBC says that you should clean thoroughly, by the way, thoroughly clean your reusable water cup?
5.
Not exactly 5.
7.
No. It's about
3.
3 times a week. They think you should wash it at least 3 times a week with hot, soapy water.
And take that rubber seal off.
And take that seal off and scrub it as well, because they say that, man, you have no idea the level of bacteria that gets up in there.
And that's why I don't use one.
Most people are just like most dudes. They just like run a couple of ounces of water, swish it around, and off you go.
Yeah.
Today I just took a napkin. I kind of rolled up the napkin and put it through the part where you drink out of. I'm like, that's good.
I thought you were going to say you pulled out, looked like you wiped.
No, I just poked a little napkin through it.
Yeah, that's it. About once every other day or so that you should wash it out, regardless of what. Because people believe that if you only drink water in it, that you don't have to wash it out. Like it's mostly coffee or sodas or anything else.
No, it's still your mouth on it.
Water is
I like my mouth.
But I'm saying water is like the most, I'd say, bacteria-ridden thing that you probably drink. I mean, although those other drinks are like processed.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
You might be right.
Exactly. It says you got to store your bottle in the fridge between sips if you really want to keep it down, or between uses if you want to keep down the bacteria growth. Put it in the fridge.
Okay.
Yeah, ain't nobody doing that. Nope. Ain't nobody. Oh, my God, it says poo-associated bacteria like E. coli can come from your hands and end up on your lips if you're not good at toilet hygiene when it comes to your drinking cup. I'm like, man, that's a stretch. I'm not taking I'm not taking it in there. I'm not. It's not.
But think about it. I mean, it's the same way if someone who works in a restaurant uses the restroom and doesn't wash their hands,
Don't
and then
say that.
No. But if you don't have good hygiene after using the restroom, and then you go and you make someone salad,
yeah, that's not good.
That's not good. And when
then you need to blame it on the salad company. When you're a non-wife. I remember going into a bathroom one time and it said employees must wash hands.
Yeah.
And it said it crossed out must and it says sometimes.
Oh, and that's when you went, check, please.
That was an employee that wrote it. Not good. Social Security recipients are now soon going to have to verify their identity in person to get their benefits. We'll talk about that a little bit later. A teacher got in trouble, and I don't even understand how he got a job in the area. We'll tell you where the most expensive rents are in the Central Florida area.
Oh, it's a good thing I didn't look at that story.
Yeah, it is good because it's kind of scary. It's pretty eye-opening, actually. I'll tell you this. Both of the areas are in one county. And it's not any of the counties you think it is. In other words, the most expensive rent and the cheapest rent are both in one county.
Oh, wow.
And it's not a county you think it is.
Okay.
Which is kind of cool. When I saw it today, I was like, damn, really? I didn't realize that part. I mean, I knew that part of town was kind of blowing up a little bit, but I didn't realize it'd gotten to that point. Because it's not any of any of the neighborhoods that you hear about being super expensive in Orlando. It's none of those places. Mexico City has done something kind of interesting. Joann Fabrics has a warning out there for you, which is kind of important. And you know the Wekiva Springs reservation portal?
Yeah, let me go ahead and pull that out of the news.
No, we can talk about it as well, but it's kind of interesting how that happened, and I wonder if people are mad about it or if they think it's an advantage. But we'll do that a little bit later as well. What do you have for news?
Well, we're going to talk about the astronauts being evaluated after their long space trip. A school grades bill advances in the Florida House. Think of it as something old school.
All right.
And speaking of old school, well, it's new school. The trailer is released for Happy Gilmore 2. We'll talk about that and more coming up next during JCS News.
You got it. All right. 407-916-1041 to call us. Text us easily at 77031 if you'd like to leave a talk back about anything that we talk about today. We appreciate those greatly. Go to the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio. You'll see that microphone. Use that to send your comment over to Jack. Back in a sec with Deb's News and more of the Jim Colbert Show.
This is Real Radio 104.1. Online at realradio.fm. On your phone with the free iHeartRadio app. And on your smart speaker. Alexa, play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
It would be my pleasure. From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Keep an eye out for a vehicle fire slowing down traffic on I-4 eastbound between State Road 44 and US 92. There's a crash off to the shoulder on I-4 westbound at Parr Street. The right lane's blocked where State Road 434 meets Manor Avenue, and traffic still slowing down on I-4 eastbound before US 27 and through that World Drive area. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Florida Public Transportation Association. Florida's transit connects you to fun. Whether it's a night out in the city, a concert, or a trip to the beach, Florida's transit network takes you straight to the action. From theme parks to concerts, transit will get you there on time. Visit transitconnectsflorida.com and find your way to fun today.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at Life Imaging FLA. Time to be a hero. Tell your friends and family about Life Imaging FLA. And look, man, if you have a family member that you think could benefit from Life Imaging FLA and their free life scan, you need to get them over there, especially if you know someone with heart disease in their family history. Guys, that's just nothing to play with, because when you talk about like 30% of those very first symptoms that you get being like sudden death, you have to pay attention. And when you go to Life Imaging FLA, remember, you don't have to take your clothes or have to know dyes or injections, and the entire process only takes a few minutes, but the information you get can change and or save your life. So do what I did, do what my wife did, what my in-laws did, and so many Central Floridians. Get to Life Imaging FLA, get that free heart scan, just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. All you have to do to make your appointment is simply pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250, say that keyword, free heart scan. That's it, pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan. They'll connect you in seconds. Make that call, guys. Make this the year you finally take control of your long-term health care. You have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia.
Core Flooring Center in Winter Park is the go-to destination for flooring. Visit coreflooringfl.com.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news. Mortgage rates have improved again this week. Get your quote for a refinance to lower payments or get cash out at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
ThatmortgageguyDon.com. Why go to just another sports bar when you can go to Crush Yard? The food, amazing. The drinks, top shelf. Craft beers, a gajillion of them. And then the big surprise, pickleball, all indoor on pristine new courts. So that's it, right? Wrong, because we've also got ping pong, cornhole, and a full arcade for the kids. So, Kissimmee, when the temps rise, cool off with the best food, games, and fun at the hottest new spot in town. Visit crushyard.com and follow us on social for details. See you down at the yard.
I'm Ellie Anajar of Anajar & Levine. Injured in a car crash? Never rush to settle with insurance companies, and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anajar & Levine. Our experienced legal team will fight to win you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call me, Ellie Anajar, for a free consultation and take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In Office Orlando.
Sunnyside Electric.
Hi, I've got a circuit breaker that keeps popping.
Okay, let me go online to get you scheduled.
That's great. Come on, what kind of a low-tech operation is this?
Here we go.
You've got mail.
Ugh, I should have called Frank Gay.
When you have an electrical problem, you want a licensed and insured technician with the latest tools and technology to complete the job right. That's the Frank Gay way.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Eustace Roofing, with over 65 years of experience in Central Florida, provides a VIP experience with an on-site crew lead, project manager, and expert team for every home. No wonder they won National Roofing Company of the Year. Visit eustaceroofing.com to schedule your free estimate.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. 407-213-0000. That's 407-213-0000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
No payments till 2026. It's Savings Mania at Sutherland Nissan Orlando.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
What up, guys? Sport from Duval.
Duval.
One of those animal videos. I remember seeing one a long time ago. It was a hiker hiking in the mountains, and a mountain lion was like creeping up behind him.
Oh, yeah.
And it was going on for about 10 seconds. And all of a sudden, the mountain lion grabs his back and rips his jacket off, and he kind of scares it. And I just remember thinking, that damn cameraman couldn't yell out, "Mountain lion, what's behind you?" I mean, damn, man.
I saw.
Later.
Thanks, buddy.
Yesterday, we learned that 7% of the audience has never tried drugs or alcohol, which tells us that only 93% of the audience understand how the show got this way.
Fair. That's unfortunately fair, sir. Not happy about it by any means.
Yeah, you are.
Still accurate AF. All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks so much for tuning in today. We appreciate that as we do every day. If you like the show, share it with somebody. Tell them we do some fun stuff here in the afternoons. Try to keep your afternoons light as you move through your day and headed home. If you haven't been to our website, JimColbertLive.com, please do that. Give us a like and subscribe on our YouTube channel. That helps as well. And if you like our show and you listen to it on the iHeartRadio app, make us your very first preset right there on Real Radio 104.1. Then you can make all the other brands that we have here at the station, the most unique radio station in all of the United States of America. You can also make all of those presets easily accessible as well. I am Jim. Jack is right over there. And Deb has your news. Let's get it.
I do.
Oh, squirrel butthole.
It's time for JCS News.
Wow, does this guy got to put his name on everything?
It's in my contract, dude.
Here's the news on the Jim Colbert Show.
And JCS News is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. 2 astronauts are undergoing evaluations after finally returning to Earth yesterday, ending a 9-month stint aboard the International Space Station. NBC's Tom Costello reports Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams arrived at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, along with their fellow Crew 9 teammates.
The readjustment is now underway. That includes monitoring for any cardiac, blood pressure, vision, or neurological changes, and getting used to gravity.
Yeah, the astronauts splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee yesterday after a 17-hour ride back home aboard a SpaceX capsule. That made me think of that trip you took last year, Jimmy. That was about 17 hours, wasn't it?
Oh, my God. Probably equally as miserable.
Exactly.
God almighty.
All right. In the meantime, NASA and Boeing aren't ready to give up on Starliner. NASA officials said yesterday it's working on issues that led to helium leaks in the capsule last year. The capsule was supposed to bring astronauts Williams and Wilmore home from the ISS, but those leaks made that too dangerous. So they were stuck on the ISS for 9 months. Again, they arrived yesterday, and SpaceX recovery crews, if you weren't able to watch the splashdown, and you hadn't had a chance to hear it, but SpaceX recovery crews got an unexpected assist from
dolphins, actually, who want to come and play with Dragon. Obviously they're getting quick assists from the honorary part of the recovery team, those dolphins in the water there.
Yeah, the curious mammal circled the Dragon capsule as it bobbed in the Gulf off the coast of Tallahassee. Reminded me of the movie Cocoon.
Yeah, and it made national news everywhere. As I was reading through all the news sites this morning to kind of pull the show, literally, like I think maybe 60% of them had that as part of the top, above that, what they call above the crease.
Right.
In other words, top part of the news story, that they got an assist, or there were dolphins, frolicking around the capsule as it was being rescued.
That's the first time
It's
I'd
pretty
ever
cool.
seen anything
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, that made the splashdown even better.
And if you look at the video, by the way, they're there way before the boats or the or the crane boat gets there. They're way before that. Like, it's not long after they're in the water that the dolphins are around, kind of checking things out and seeing what the hell's going on.
Which just is so cool to see. Now, as for Starliner, NASA says it'll resume testing this summer in New Mexico, and if all goes well, Starliner could be reintroduced to NASA's space rotation and carry astronauts to the ISS once again. All right, this does make sense, but Florida lawmakers are considering a bill to change the public school grading system that many say currently glosses over failing schools with a curved grading scale.
And if an A is an A is an A. We cannot tell them that a 64% is an A, when indeed it's a D.
Yeah, bill sponsor Representative Susan Valdez says the public school grading system inflates scores that helps bolster school performance, but masks the actual level of learning per student.
Is this the test score thing as well, Deb? Because that's another piece of legislation that's also kind of bananas.
I'm not sure if it's included in this one, but the bill passed favorably out of the House Education Subcommittee, and it does make sense. You can't tell a student that they know the material when clearly they're going to go out into the world and prove that they don't.
This one is basically, it's attacking the testing for math and language arts tests to graduate. So what they want to do is lower the standard so that you don't have to score that high on the. You don't have to test to get through. Your SAT score can just be passing, and you can refer back to that, or other tests that you've passed. You can refer back to those. But it ironically has support from OCPS, which I don't understand, because they're just basically saying you're setting the bar lower. You're just kind of moving the scale, and everyone's getting dumber. The test scores from the SAT in this state have reduced year after year for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the two basic skills you need in the language, even more than math. The ability to communicate sets the tone for who you are to anybody looking to hire you. If you can't communicate or spell, or you don't know even basic grammar, who in the F is going to roll the dice on you?
Or punctuation.
Exactly.
I would just like to see SAT scores continue to decrease until the ones I took back in the 80s are top of the class.
I'm with you on that one, Jack.
Once they pass me, then I'm good. Yeah, let's lock them in there.
Well, this is a story I continue to follow, because this to me is the next playground, as it were, for lawmakers up in Tallahassee. The University of West Florida is facing backlash over some recent board appointments. Hundreds of people showed up at a Board of Trustees meeting last night to protest recent appointments made by the governor. A grad student says the recent appointments are a problem for UWF and the Pensacola community at large. Former Pensacola Mayor Jerry Maygarden says the appointments were made without any input from locals. This is like the second institution of higher education that the governor has done this. He also tells Ware News it's kind of unusual. None of the appointees have any real connection to the region or even to the school.
Yep. But, I mean, they toe the line, and that's really all they want. They don't really care about connectivity to the local areas. They just want somebody in line there or in power that can have a phone. They're a phone call away from doing whatever needs to be done, depending on that one source. That's exactly what's in play here.
Yep. All right, a city in Orange County will work with ICE. The Ocoee City Commission voted yesterday to allow the police department to work with the Federal Immigration Agency. Only one officer will undergo the training necessary to comply with the program. Police Chief Vincent Ogburn says that officer will only take action when they come across someone who's wanted for criminal charges. He also tells West 2 News he wants citizens to know that the Ocoee Police Department will not change the way it does business. On the flip side, Florida's Attorney General has a stern warning for the city of Fort Myers. Attorney General James Uthmeyer posted on X yesterday after the city council there rejected a partnership between the police department and ICE. In a letter to the city council, he writes this action constitutes a serious and direct violation of Florida law because it makes Fort Myers a sanctuary city. Uthmeyer warned city officials to fix this problem or face the consequences. He writes those consequences could be removal from office.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Isn't it?
Yeah, that is kind of interesting.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, we've got more kings than just one.
Yeah, Uthmeyer's the guy I wrote the letter to regarding the Target lawsuit.
And I'm sure he's written you right back.
What was his response?
I didn't get one yet. I resent it. I resent it twice. Apparently he has bigger things to do.
Yeah, he's too busy, threatening city, Fort Myers and stuff,
Other logic he's panning out.
Jim, here's the deal. You emailed him directly, which for you, I think anyone who knows you, amen.
Man, you emailed.
God bless you, you did that. However, what we just learned is Uthmeyer likes to communicate with the city of Fort Myers through X, so maybe you should
tweet at him.
I should X at him?
You should X at him and say, since you haven't replied to my 2 emails.
Yeah.
All right, a follow-up from a story we covered yesterday. After a tense and emotional public hearing, Miami Beach's mayor is rescinding his resolution to pull the lease and funding from O Cinema for showing a controversial documentary about Israelis and Palestinians in the West Bank.
We need to be mindful of where hate can go and where it can lead to, and that we should just keep open-minded perspectives. I am going to withdraw C7AA, the revoking of the funding to O Cinema.
Mayor Stephen Miner says he was worried the Oscar-winning film No Other Land is anti-Semitic and poses a public threat. But after hearing from the community, he realizes the film should not be censored.
Right.
The film details the displacement of Palestinians living in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. Hundreds of filmmakers signed an open letter condemning the mayor's resolution to end the theater's lease. All right, closer to home, lower than expected attendance figures, and I'm talking lower than expected. From this year's annual Bike Week festivities have Daytona Beach officials visiting with a data firm to identify issues that they need to address. Preliminary figures show attendance was down by what % this year over last year? So this is just year over year. This is a 1-year loss.
Well, it's got to be pretty big because, they're forming a committee to try to figure out what's going on.
No, they're going to a data company and saying, all right, what's going on?
Oh, wow. I'll go 30% down.
Oh, I was going to do that. I think it might be a little more steep. I'll go 35.
Points, Jim. 24%.
Damn, that's quite a bit.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
Beautiful weather. There was no rain. It wasn't cold.
Do you think it's because of maybe some of the parameters set by the city when they come down there? Because I don't think Leesburg does that to them. And I know the Leesburg Bike Fest draws a whole lot of people.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure that's going to be one of the issues they're going to look at. Is parking an issue? Is
right? Yeah. The cost of rooms, access to the areas you want to get to.
Because
too tight restrictions around the areas where they like to party and get down.
You don't hear that they were really trying to put restrictions on Bike Week. It's more about spring breakers, right? So, but I wonder if that was kind of, any restrictions kind of also infringed on their good time.
Maybe discretionary income. There just wasn't as much of it to go around this year. So
eggs.
A data tracking company told city officials this week the difference could be linked to data system updates and updates to the algorithms they used. Mayor Derek Henry expressed concerns about economic trends and, like I just said, discretionary spending.
It did seem like there was lighter bike traffic in the area this year than it was in previous years. I did notice that. I didn't see as many motorcycles, and usually on I-4, as they travel back and forth to certain spots they like to go to, you inevitably see them. I really didn't see that
much. Not as many, no.
Yeah, I didn't notice as many, but I spend a lot of time on my couch.
Yeah. Okay, buddy.
So I didn't see them there.
Okay,
good. Well, we had a brush fire in Halapaw in Osceola County yesterday. This is Florida's dry season, and they're saying it's going to be even drier than normal. And a brush fire that sparked last week in South Miami-Dade County has grown, and Florida Forest Service District Manager Kevin McEwen says it's posing a continuous threat to the 2 roads in and out of the Florida Keys.
It's 3,600 acres, and it's 20% contained, and the fire crossed Card Sound Road with the heavy winds and low humidity we had the last couple of days.
Battling the flames has been a challenge because this is in the Everglades, right? So it's difficult to prevent ground equipment from getting stuck. So 2 forestry helicopters and 1 of Miami-Dade's have been fighting it from the air.
No.
All right, charges have been upped against a woman, and the death of a TV reporter covering the Super Bowl and her accomplice has also been arrested in Hollywood. That's Hollywood, Florida. Telemundo reporter Adon Manzano was found unresponsive in his hotel room in New Orleans on February 5th. Danette Colbert was already charged with fraud and other crimes, now faces second-degree murder and remains at the Jefferson Parish Correctional Center for drugging the reporter. Now Ricky White, identified as Colbert's alleged accomplice.
She has a history of this, too, right?
Yeah, she does. Was arrested at the La Quinta Inn and Suites by the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force and City of Hollywood Police. The case remains under investigation.
Just one of the many reasons we don't invite her to the cruise.
All right.
She doesn't get the T-shirt with the tree.
This is an interesting one. A woman must pay millions of dollars for killing her husband in Pinellas County.
Oh, I saw this story. This is nuts.
Rebecca Schwartz was recently found liable in a civil case for the death of her husband. Dr. Stephen Schwartz was shot to death in the couple's home in Tarpon Springs 11 years ago. Rebecca was never charged, but a jury determined she killed him or participated in procuring his death. She was ordered to pay her husband's 3 children $200 million. Attorney Will Florin represented the children, and he tells Fox 13 News his clients are pleased, but they likely won't get more than $20 million.
Yeah. As I read it, it seems similar to the OJ thing. She didn't get convicted, but civilly she was found basically responsible for in some way, shape, or form. Therefore, a massive civil lawsuit could come down for damages.
20 mil ain't bad.
20 mil ain't bad at all. All right, a follow-up. A Lake County man. It's a Lake County man is credited with helping rescue 2 paddleboarders in the Gulf.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Claremont's Russ Kuhn.
Get him, Russ.
Heard about an alert from the Levy County Sheriff's Office. 2 16-year-old girls who went paddleboarding Monday in Cedar Key did not return. Deputies, the FWC, and the Coast Guard joined in the search. Oh, no. But it was Kuhn and some friends who found the 2 yesterday.
Just looked over and seen this speck on the shore, and I was like, I think that's a paddleboard. And then as soon as I turned the boat, they just started flailing.
Well, Kuhn said they planned to go fishing that morning, but those plans changed when they heard about the missing teens. They found the girls near Turtle Bay, and Kuhn's friend tells News 6 they were in good spirits after a bad situation. Deputies say the girls were taken to the hospital for dehydration and mild hypothermia, but the Levy County Sheriff said these were some tough girls because they survived all night on literally the worst vessel for open water that you could possibly spend the night on, and that's a paddleboard.
Yeah. Freezing water.
Freezing water. Critters everywhere.
Yeah.
All right. Netflix is unveiling its next NFL docuseries. Jack, I thought of you when I pulled this story.
What do you got?
The streaming giant announced a 2nd season of its popular quarterback show, which will debut in July. It's going to follow the on-field and off-field lives of the Detroit Lions' Jared Goff, the Atlanta Falcons' Kirk Cousins, and the Cincinnati Bengals' Joe Burrow. Cousins was part of the first season of the show that aired in 2023. The new episodes were filmed during the NFL's 2024-2025 season.
That's odd to have him back for another season. I wonder if they had a hard time finding people that wanted to participate.
Yeah, and well, we know he was. So it's interesting because you kind of have to plan a year in advance for this, right? So it was last season, and the first episode of that was a hit. So this would have been Kirk Cousins. He was.
It would have been cut after the fact?
Yeah. So you are going to see him arriving in Atlanta, having success early on, and then we know how it plays out.
Yeah.
So that's the season we're going to chronicle here. But, that first time, he kind of came through looking great. I know Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes. All props to him. But what was Kirk Cousins, everyone's like, oh, I like that guy.
Yeah.
He was just
very
really
affable, likable guy.
I think they might be leaning into that as well.
Yeah, but the other thing, too, is they have that other thing, because what Brandon told us Monday about Joe Burrow and how he isn't real media friendly and how he's a little sour and maybe a little more curt than most people are really used to. Maybe they're playing those two sides against each other, whereas Jared Goff is kind of like in the middle of vanilla.
Yeah, well, this also could be a big opportunity for him to Burrow to turn around his rep.
Sure,
as far as that goes, because Kirk Cousins never had a bad rep. Instead, it used to be that he couldn't win on Monday night, but that he's blown that one out.
Yeah.
But with Burrow, you're going to see behind the scenes stuff and. If he's likable, that's going to go a long way. But if he's not, he might come out and people's like, totally
just be the heel. Yeah, just be old heel douchebag. Nothing wrong with that.
And then finally, the first trailer is being released for Happy Gilmore 2.
I haven't swung a club in years. I'm a little intimidated. All these guys hit it big now. I don't know where to start. Come on, brother. Grip it and rip it. I guess I need to update my happy place to something a little more age appropriate.
Yeah, the film sees Adam Sandler reprise his role as the legendary golfer while dealing with facing the younger stars on the PGA Tour as he makes his return to the course. Things, of course, take a wild turn. The rest of the cast includes Julie Bowen, Christopher McDonald, Ben Stiller, Bad Bunny, Travis Kelce, and Sandler's daughters, Sadie and Sunny. Professional golfers John Daly, Rory McIlroy, Bryson DeChambeau, and Scotty Scheffler will also make appearances as well. Happy Gilmore 2 hits Netflix on July 25th.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I saw that, Bad Bunny is his caddy.
Oh, really?
Bad Bunny plays his caddy. It looks kind of funny. A lot of the old faces you'll see, and some of those are the brightest stars from the PGA Tour, so should be pretty fun to watch.
Yeah. Do you think is it a prerequisite? Should I have to watch the first one before I watch this?
I think you're going to be fine.
I'll be able to follow it.
I think you're going to be fine. Okay. Yeah, get some of that clever Sandler subtext.
Right. And that concludes your JCS News.
407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Back
Definitely
in a
a kitty.
With more of the Jim Colbert Show. Stay right where you are.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. At Fox 35, we love these beautiful spring days with bright sunshine and highs in the mid-80s. And that's exactly what we're going to see today. The humidity will be low. It's going to be one of those great, great days. Tonight down to the 50s. Tomorrow, low 80s. But then we've got a couple of showers coming in during the afternoon associated with a cold front. In fact, by Friday, we're going to only top out around 73, but it'll get warm again this weekend. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by True Green. We're back in the miller's yard who now use True Green. Their lawn started looking like a fairway and pro golfers started showing up. They love playing this lawn.
Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here from my friends over at Rebath in Mid-Florida. These guys are awesome. And if you're looking to replace or remodel a bathroom in your home, you have to at least give these guys a shot. Here's why. They can do that work in just 4 to 6 days. They do it with their employees, and they give you a lifetime guarantee on the products and install of your bathroom. That's unheard of, and what you get is unheard of. Drop by their showroom. See some of the models they have set up there so you can get an idea what they can do for you. It's easy. 436 in Altamont. They're right across from Kobe. You'll see about 8 or 10 models set up. Those are just to show you their products in action, configured into different styles of bathrooms. But the cool thing is they have an entire design team to take your ideas and their product line to turn them into the bathroom that you want. They do this all the time. And even better, if you mention the Jim Colbert Show, you're going to get a 10% discount on the total of your bathroom. That could be thousands of dollars, and you can't lose because they're good people as well. Log on to the website, check out the before and after, see what they've actually done for people here, then book your appointment because your new bathroom is right there in Altamont with a 10% discount at rebath.com. Here in Orlando, we know life doesn't slow down for anything, especially a broken garage door. Since 2002, Precision Garage Door has been proudly serving the Orlando community. Local and reliable, that's what makes them different. Their vans are fully stocked, so when you call, their fully vetted techs are ready to provide you with same-day service. Whether it's a stuck door or a snap spring, they have you covered right when you need it most. We know a broken garage door can't wait, which is why we're always prepared to help by keeping our vans fully stocked. Call Precision Garage Door today or visit them online at PrecisionGarageDoor.com. Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this part-time hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For a limited time while supplies last. Valid in-store only. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Are you hiding your smile because of missing or damaged teeth? Solid Bite can help. With the latest techniques and technology, you'll be showing off your smile in no time. Call Solid Bite in Melbourne now to receive your free booklet. 321-259-8000.
Kevin, why is my auto insurance so expensive? I need to switch because my company raised my rates again.
I hear you, Jay. I had the same problem, but then I called Acceptance. They saved me hundreds on my car insurance.
Really?
Yes, Acceptance was great. They did all the work comparing different plans and found me the best payment options that fit my budget.
Do you have their number?
Sure do. 800-606-7049. 800-606-7049.
Why pay more for auto insurance? Acceptance Insurance has offices in your neighborhood, and one call to Acceptance could save you up to 30% on your car insurance. 800-606-7049. Let Acceptance shop for you by comparing and finding the best rates. You could save up to 30%. 800-606-7049. 800-606-7049. Acceptance Insurance. We shop, you save. Restrictions apply based on Q1 2024 study of Acceptance Insurance customers who reported saving when they switched. License number L012294.
Are you prepared for the future? At TK Law Firm, they understand the importance of securing your legacy. Whether you're looking for a will or trust, they can help. Don't leave your legacy to chance. Visit onefirmforlife.com for your free consultation. Protect what matters most. TK Law Firm, your partner in estate planning excellence.
Did you know that 40% of adults can't explain what a tax deduction is?
I can't either.
Well, we're here to help. I'm Leah Palmieri.
And I'm Matt Stillo.
And this season on Grown Up Stuff, we're making taxes way less scary.
There's no other time in life where you're like, am I going to get back $4,000 or am I going to owe $10,000? It's like the crappiest casino.
Listen to Grown Up Stuff on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Grown Up Stuff and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
In St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, it might feel like there's not enough time to take everything in. Because once you're done exploring 42 miles of pristine coast, marveling at historical architecture, and enjoying world-class food, it'll be time to check out and head home. But that's okay. You can always stay just one more day. Visit FloridasHistoricCoast.com to learn more. It's about time.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, 100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Listening to the Jim Colbert Show.
Hey, how's it? Yep, definitely the wife and I have been following along with the Americas. Might have mentioned something about that a couple of weeks ago, but interesting because they keep talking little factoids before the show. It was a collection of 8 years of photography in order to get that 10 series or 10 episode series. Amazing stuff. Bro, you know those guys out there getting gnarled by stuff just for the video. Aloha.
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 Happy Hump Day, Colbert and Company. It's Concrete Mike. Don't sleep on that America's series. That is a good show. I've been into it. Jack forgot to mention that these little owls that are down there in Marco Island are only the size of a soda can. They are the cutest little things.
Hey, who are you? Who are you? Who. From the owl contingent of listeners.
Told you we had the best listeners.
Because they impersonate owls?
Who?
Oh, this...
Chef's kiss on that one, bad boy.
I expected the most from this Wednesday.
That's your first mistake,
I really
dude.
did. I expected the most from this Wednesday.
That's your first mistake.
I woke up and stared Wednesday in the face and said, "You're going to trick me right today." And then that blanker lied right to my face and said, "You're right, I am."
I think we should hop on with 95% of our YouTube chat room and enjoy some drugs and alcohol.
Yeah. Very nice. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Those Those things that you hear as we were coming back from break are called talkbacks. You could leave one as well if you feel so inclined. Do that by going to your iHeartRadio app. Get the Real Radio section. You'll see it's easy. All this costs nothing, by the way. Use that little microphone to send your comment over to Jack. We'll get you on the air.
Thank you, superstar.
I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well. Speaking of Jack, Jack is going to be at Preset. It's going to be Elixir. Big thanks to Elixir for our wonderful lunch today. Hot garlic wings with some loaded tots never hurt. Also, you had some tacos today, shrimp tacos.
Yeah, delicious.
Simply great. They do a good job. Their burgers are wonderful. Love those guys. Jack will be there Saturday for the big pregame for the Big City match coming up.
Yeah, Orlando City has another home match this Saturday night against DC United. Kick time there is 7:30. However, at 5 o'clock, join me at Elixir. David has specials every home game. You get half-price wings. I had the medium wings today. They were fantastic. Man, did they hit the spot.
Yeah, they did.
But also, $3.50 Corona. You have $3 Mick Ultras, $3 shots at tequilas and lemon drops. It's every home game this season. Plus, we were talking about presets. At Elixir, I'll be there from 5 to about 6:37-ish. You show me your preset.
Oh, it's the preset.
The preset.
Okay.
Yeah, with Real Radio as that number one position, we enter you. I'm going to give away a pair of 4-day passes to Welcome to Rockville. That's the huge super concert that happens mid-May over in Daytona.
Oh, yeah.
But you want to, those tickets are worth several $100s. But show me your preset, and we'll register you, and we'll draw one winner for those tickets. I'll have some other stuff to give away. I think I'll bring some cigars as well.
Yeah, nice, buddy. Appreciate that. If you palm Jack a joint, he'll also give you a Kathy Paget Will Kill You t-shirt.
Those are all gone, so I'm going to have to go straight edge.
Okay.
Or at least if my wife is driving, and I think she is, I'll have some bourbon.
Very
there
nice.
you go.
On David. So anyway, yeah, real quick, the Elixir, that's this Saturday. It's on Washington near the corner of Orange. Just find them at elixirorlando.com. It's going to be fun.
Yep,
Come
it's
hang
always
out.
a good time. I mean, last time he did it was a blowout because people were trying to get those tickets. He had a bunch of people show up. He was handing out cigars left and right. Good-ass time out there.
It's fun.
Good bar, too.
It's
right around the corner from the stadium as well. You can walk there from there.
Here's a little behind the scenes of this job. It's fun to give away stuff.
Yeah, it is fun to give away stuff.
Especially when it's not your stuff.
Exactly.
There you
Even
go.
more fun. We were kind of figuring out why Deb had mentioned during the news, if you're just tuning in, that the Bike Week's population or attendance was down by 24%. That's a pretty big drop.
Healthy chunk.
Yeah. And we had a number of texters who are bikers who usually attend or regularly attend Bike Week saying that one of the reasons why they didn't go is because a lot of the vendors are just choking people out because of the price increases.
Yeah, somebody else said $7 for a Mick Ultra and $24 for chicken on a stick will make anyone decide not to go to Bike Week anymore.
Yeah, Magic fans be begging for $7 Mick Ultras.
I was thinking that's half price. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah, but I understand what they're saying. And if you're going over there, you're used to at least getting, a certain kind of treatment or a certain kind of price range, and you've kind of built your budget on going down there because it's not cheap to go to Bike Week. And a lot of the people aren't locals. They travel down here with these bikes on trailers, and then they kind of go to the room, they load the bikes off, they drive them around Daytona in the area, then they load them back on their trailer and drive them back to Cincinnati or wherever the hell they're from. And it's expensive. Rooms over there for that week, they jack those prices up and make a minimum where you have to stay at least 5 days at $500 a day or something.
They also
it's ridiculous.
they said something like too many Airbnbs and short-term rentals.
Right, yeah.
So,
but that's happening in a lot of places. That they experience that for scalloping because Inverness and like Steenhatchee and those places have changed their Airbnb policies because people would come in there and they would get a 2-bedroom Airbnb and there'd be 15 people in there
and lose their mind
or destroying all the properties. So they basically changed all the Airbnbs up there. I don't know if it was legislation that did it. They basically, a lot of them just said they stopped renting their things during that time, even though it was a big money thing. They just couldn't, it was just too much. People parking everywhere. All their neighbors are getting pissed off because you have 13 or 14 people staying in one little house. And these houses are in neighborhoods. They're not like, it's not like there's an Airbnb section of all cities. They could be right next to two families. And then you have maniacs that come in there to lose their mind for 4 or 5 days as your kid's trying to big wheel across the road.
Someone also said that Ormond Beach doesn't allow short-term rentals and places to park trailers.
Yeah.
A lot of these beachside communities are, like you said, where you go scalloping, anywhere where it draws large crowds of people, and people thought, oh, I can just Airbnb this, have found out that, no.
You can't. They are, the last one we got in Steinhatchee was on the water because Code Black brought his boat and a couple other friends brought their boats as we went out. And it was really cool, and we found out about halfway through that stay that they were not going to allow us to rent that anymore. And it wasn't because we're very respectful, but it's just that the traffic it brings to neighborhoods, that the neighbors lose their minds. I couldn't imagine being in a neighborhood where there was like an area, where you pay to be in a really nice part of town, you pay those property taxes, you do everything, you saved all your money to move into a certain area, and then somebody buys an Airbnb next to you, and next thing you know, every weekend, it's party time. And then you have to live next door to that.
The house we own used to be an Airbnb.
Really?
Yeah, called Welcome to Under the Oaks.
Really?
Under the Oaks was the name of the Airbnb.
That's wild. It's funny because when I went up to my golf tournament this past week, as I was looking around, because it's a small town, usually you see the same Airbnbs over and over again, but a number of them were not available this year, and they just weren't even offered anymore. So I wonder if the people who were offering them initially just basically said, I ain't doing that no more. Because up there in Plaque, you get a bunch of really big fishing tournaments and big softball tournaments that come through town because they have a massive complex up for that, and a lot of those people just simply didn't even offer their homes for Airbnb.
I would imagine not.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. No way. No way I'd have the people in my house just beating the hell out of it. And there are so many rules anymore. The cleaning fees, there are cameras everywhere. You can't mess with the thermostat. If you touch it, you get a phone call immediately. Oh yeah,
seriously?
Yeah. They have the last one we stayed at, they had the thermostat stuck on 75 or whatever in the dead of summer, and we were like, we would love to turn this down. And they were like, no, they can control it with online, and they would not let it set. And if you moved it, they would lose their. You couldn't even move it. They had it set there. You couldn't change it at all.
And that's for the cameras you know about.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That one teddy bear camera pointing right at my bean.
Yeah. I perform for those.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Somebody said we went to Bike Week. I bought a corn dog and a hamburger with no bun on Main Street, and it cost $40.
A hamburger with no bun? They just put the patty in your hand?
And a corn dog for $40.
Right off the grill in your hand?
Greasy.
God dang, man. All right, 407-916-1041. Let's take a little break. What? This time?
No, a short-term home in my street had 12 cars parked all over the grass.
I'm telling you, it's a nightmare for some. And the crazy thing is depending on where you are, you could be next to a park or a place where a specific event goes down, dunzo. Because, they rent those things out. They make money doing that.
Yeah.
And a lot of the purchases, I remember coming through a certain area of town because my wife was in real estate for a while. She was like, man, this is crazy. All these houses, she was showing X's. It was a map. She's like, all those are Airbnbs. Could you imagine how the people in that neighborhood feel with all these transient people coming in and out of their neighborhood every week? Every week, it's a different group of people coming in there just to lose their mind for one weekend and then go back to their house where it's safe.
Right, exactly.
Right. All right, back in a sec with Animal House. Hang loose.
Your 30 seconds of airtime awaits. The Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Follow Real Radio 104.1, tap the microphone, and speak.
Heading through the city, there's an accident on I-4 westbound near Parr Street. Emergency crews are clearing up an accident on I-4 eastbound between State Road 44 and US 92. Traffic slowing down in your usual areas on I-4 in the Champions Gate area, in the Lake Buena Vista area. Emergency constructions blocking the express lanes of State Road 429 southbound at Independence Toll Plaza. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by thenicklygroup.com.
Buying a house or selling yours? The Nickley Group makes it as easy as ABC. And 1, 2... Oh, and fast, too, because the Nickley Group can get a guaranteed cash offer on your home today. Just visit thenicklygroup.com.
Tools Ace Hardware carries the best brands in grills: Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Napoleon. Check out the new lineup of Traeger Woodridge grills and Napoleon Prestige and Rogue models as well. These guys also have pizza ovens from Uni and Gosney, which are awesome. They're so much fun. My little Uni pizza oven is so much fun. When you grab one of those, you're going to have a blast. You also have places to sit. Pollywood Furniture have that there, made from recycled plastic, virtually indestructible, beautiful stuff, will not fade in the Florida sun. They have everything you need there. Service technicians specializing in grills to help with repairs or warranty issues. You can even get free assembly and local delivery on any backyard purchase, $3.99 and up. It's Tools Ace, 13 locations here in Central Florida, or you can shop online at acehardware.com for free in-store pickup or delivery. It's Tools Ace, your local helpful place.
It's Ram Truck Month, where right now at your local Ram dealer, well-qualified current FCA lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab 4x4 for $369 a month for 42 months with $3,999 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 35,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 3/31/25.
Can you trust your home flooring needs to a 17-year-old kid that was in the paint department yesterday? No! Deal directly with Corey, the owner at Core Flooring. He'll beat anyone's price guaranteed. Core Flooring in Winter Park. Online at coreflooringfl.com.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news if you're considering a reverse mortgage. Rates have improved again this week. Get a same-day quote at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
With that mortgage guy, Don.com.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Hi there. I've got a clogged drain.
A clogged brain? I have that sometimes.
No, a clogged drain.
Try yoga or drinking tea. Earl Grey is the best.
Earl Grey? No, I'm calling Frank A.
What do they know about tea?
When it comes to clogged drains and plumbing issues, you want a trustworthy, courteous technician that's dedicated to customer satisfaction.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Love this stuff. I was completely amazed and so grateful. Something finally worked. Now we both use Blue Emu whenever we need relief.
Eustace Roofing, with over 65 years of experience in Central Florida, provides a VIP experience with an on-site crew lead, project manager, and expert team for every home. No wonder they won National Roofing Company of the Year. Visit eustaceroofing.com to schedule your free estimate.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1979. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1979. That's 800-777-1979. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Car crash? Call Klausman. KlausmanLaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Live from the JustCallMo.com studios. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. From car accidents to personal injury cases, Mo has you covered. Visit JustCallMo.com or dial 1-800-CALL-MO. This is WTKS-FM HD1, Cocoa Beach, Orlando. An iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free, new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Hey guys, I hope you guys are doing well. Why does the show sound very abrasive now? Last week it was smooth with Jenna over there, a couple other people. It sounded way too smooth. Oh, I know why. That's because Mr. Colbert is back. Thanks, bye.
Mo coming in hot.
I think he loves you.
Mo's like the nice guy.
Yeah.
No.
God almighty, could you imagine if I cared? God, could you imagine if I actually cared? I would be destroyed right now if I gave even a quarter of an F. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. The rough one here.
I'm the soft one.
Yeah. The beautiful irony of all of those statements is they don't know the thing over there.
Oh, yeah.
You keep calling me thing.
And
I'll show them.
All right, Jack is here as well, and Deb has Animal House.
She likes them fuzzy, furry, feathery, tough, and scaly. It's time for Animal House with Deborah Roberts.
Animal House is generously brought to us each and every week by personal injury attorney Glenn Klausman over at Klausman Law. We're going to tell you how you can get in touch with Glenn at the end of Animal House. But now please join me in welcoming Kenny Tallier, Kathy Burns, and Dorito from the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando. Yay! Welcome, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank
the
you
real
for the invite.
celebrity,
Yeah.
Dorito.
Dorito.
Go to JimColbertLive.com. You can actually see Dorito on our live YouTube feed right now. We'll have him on the main screen there. He's a good-looking boy.
He is. How old is he?
So he's a little bit over 3 months old.
Oh, he's just a baby.
He's just a baby. The teeth are starting to grow in, and he's just a bundle of joy.
Yeah, he looks shell-shocked now. Is he a little? Is he just maybe just because he's out of his element there?
Or he's out of the shelter, his playmates, and he's like, "This is the first time I'm in a radio station."
Yeah, exactly. And it smells really weird in here.
It does, like wings.
Is that French fries?
Loaded tots.
Now, is he available for adoption yet?
He is available for adoption. This boy is looking for his forever home. So anyone that's interested, please come by and visit. He wore his Adopt Me vest just for you guys.
Aww.
He's sitting there like a good boy, too.
He
Look
is
at
sitting
him.
there like a good boy. And real quick, another good tip. So how big do you think he's going to get?
You know, he's a mixed large breed, so I'm thinking, he's definitely going to be between that 45, 50-pound range. And other than that, he's just a sweet guy that's looking for a best friend, too.
He has such a chill personality.
Yeah.
He truly does, and he loves other dogs.
Does he really?
That's when you see his personality come out.
So it's best he go to a home where he can have a playmate, a buddy.
Yeah, so if someo's got a best friend out there looking for a best friend, this is the guy they want.
They need some Doritos in their life.
Yeah. He's all that in a bag of chips. Come on. I know.
Come on.
Please stop.
Oh, that was awesome. Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome.
Yep. And I appreciate it. I really do. Does he do okay with cats as well, or is that a
cat will teach him who's the boss?
Okay, very
nice.
nice.
I think that's probably true.
Yeah, it is.
He's a learner, is he?
Yeah.
I like
More
it.
like the cats are the teachers.
He's a follow. He is. He follows
He would
the other
probably
dogs.
learn like their play, the way they play. So he'd be hanging out on counters and back of the couches and windowsills.
My man's face looks like he stumbled into the wrong party, though. I'm going to be honest with you. He's not 100 on what's happening right now.
He's a little shy. He's a little shy.
Yeah.
It could be you, ruffian over there.
I know, it's a problem. How's things at the Alliance? Everything good?
Very good. Yeah. Thank you for having us back.
Yeah, for sure. I heard you mention earlier as we were coming on the air, you have some cats available coming up?
We do. I'm picking up some kittens at the airport later today, a transfer. So monitor that website. They're coming in slowly but surely.
Yeah.
Right.
We're not in the throes of kitten season yet, but
Well, we are almost to spring, and of course, as the weather gets a little bit nicer, right, going to spend a lot more time outside.
Yeah.
And you said that we have an important week to recognize coming up.
we do. It's National Pet Poison Prevention Week this week. And then Doritos is here to celebrate National Puppy Day, which is this weekend.
Nice.
Get yourself a puppy. They're out there and available.
Yeah.
And I know I've mentioned it before, but it's good to have a reminder. Things around the house and
Right.
yard to be mindful of, and a plan if they do get into anything bad, right?
Because that's the thing, where is the poison control hotline for your pets?
Yeah.
And when you're sitting there watching your dog maybe, froth at the mouth or something, and you're just in straight up panic mode.
Yeah. So prevention before anything.
Right.
Right. And have your pet insurance handy.
Okay.
I'm a recommender of pet insurance because you never know what might happen with your pet.
Right.
And then you're not out of pocket.
And the emergency vet line maybe on your fridge so you can access it quickly.
Yeah.
We actually had a situation where we had to get to one fast, and we had it took a little bit of time to find one that we thought that was near and that we could trust and that was open at the time, to be honest with you.
Right.
That's a good thing to have around.
Yep. Have a number for your emergency vet, and then the ASPCA Animal Poison Control Center.
Okay, there you go. There
Would
you
be
go.
great to have it handy.
Now, by the way, Kathy and Kenny here with us from the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando. We talk about pets every single Wednesday at 4 o'clock for Animal House. Now, I know that everybody probably knows the bad stuff. Obviously bleach and any of the cleaners you want to stay away from, stuff like that. I think one of the things that people kind of get freaked out about more than anything, especially with the internet pushing, the idea is what foods that dogs can have, what things that are really dangerous to them that are household items that maybe a kid would give a dog a grape or a chocolate or something like that, thinking they're giving a dog a treat. So, run us through a couple of those things, because I think some of them are a little bit more common than people believe. That could have adverse effect on their pet's health.
It is true. Foods and baking ingredients are known. You said grapes and raisins, yeast, artificial sweeteners, some nuts, macadamia nuts. Avocado is traditionally, it carries toxins in the skin, and then the pit is a choking or an obstruction item. But the flesh of avocado in small amounts isn't bad. Mushrooms, onions, seasonings. So those are normal things.
Eggs okay? Eggs are okay, right?
Eggs are
right. What about whipped cream?
Is fine.
Yeah,
in moderation, it's totally
that's,
fine.
That's what the pups are. That's what when you go to
pup
Starbucks.
cups.
That's a pup cup. It's just basically whipped cream, right?
Yeah, sometimes I would hit the dry food with that. Oh, the dog would love it.
It's so funny when you said egg, though. One of the things that we used to do when my big dog was growing up, we were told by our vet to crack an egg into his food like once or twice a week or something like that for that extra protein and fat for his coat and whatnot.
Yeah.
So eggs are okay.
Eggs are okay.
But mushrooms off the pizza, don't do it.
Onions, garlic. If they get into any artificially sweetened baked good or sweet, that's bad. The xylitol or what, whatever
and that's a
that
good
is
thing to bring up because of the peanut butter. Like, the low fat or the peanut butter could have the xylitol in it.
Really?
So try to always go. The peanut butter is okay for them as long as it's a natural.
Right.
Because that's a big treat. You use peanut butter and a Kong, know, when they're bored, or maybe peanut butter to get their mind off their toenails getting clipped.
Yeah.
But you have to be careful which peanut butter that you use.
Right.
Yeah.
Anything that you use that is human food for a dog should genuinely be no sugar.
Right.
And really no
flavor.
Wow.
No flavor.
Right.
No flavor. Basically, it's like you're on a diet.
The naturals.
No sugar, no salt, no seasoning.
No salt, pepper, anything like that.
Yeah,
right?
no, just exactly. For a human, that would equate I'd rather be fat. But to the dog world, you have to be really, really. Now, is there a list on the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando? Do you have any resources?
There are resources on our website, and then the ASPCA and even like pet insurance forums, websites will have information. Yeasto, for me, if it was eggs, I would have them cooked only because I'm worried about raw.
Yeah, the salmonella thing or whatever.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Just today, I saw another story about, speaking of food real quickly, those raw diets in a lot of cases look like they're really good. But in the cases of cats, there's been another case of a couple of cats dying after eating those raw food diets. So because of bird flu.
It's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, horrifying. Yeah, obviously, if you think you're doing the right thing, you're going into the most expensive dog food out there. Trying to give your dog the best nutrition you can give them, or a cat for that matter.
Right.
And of course, it turns out to be not the case.
Oh, I'm gonna have to talk to my cat when I get home.
Have a good strong talking with them, Jack.
So let me ask when you bring a baby home and your baby starts walking around, you have to baby proof your house. You have to put the cabinet locks and put the little plastic inserts into the electrical outlets. When you bring a puppy home, is there a similar protocol to that?
There is. I would not want them to have access to an electrical outlet, cords, put everything up and out of reach. It's somewhat similar. And limit their access to
especially
certain
someone
things.
like this guy who's teething.
Yeah, I was going to say, as they start chewing, those electrical cords are the perfect resistance as a toy. So you chew on them, and then, of course, you
They're
get lit up.
spongy, but they're hard in the middle.
Right,
The more you need your charger for your phone or iPad, the more the dog or cat is going to go after and chew it.
Exactly. What's the most expensive?
Exactly. What's the most expensive? What's the one piece you can't do without? But speaking of puppies, you did say that this weekend is National Adopt a Puppy Day.
It is.
On Saturday.
It's actually, Sunday.
Sunday, it don't matter.
23rd, technically, does it matter?
No.
Because we're not open on Sunday, so get one in advance.
There you go. They've got the day off. So Dorito is available?
He is available for adoption right now, so if you want to plan ahead for that day and already have one in your house, he's the perfect one.
He really, he has done nothing but sit quietly the entire time. He sniffed a little bit at his toys.
And then he perked up when you said puppy.
Yeah,
he was like, they're talking about me now.
Very debonair, that dog. Very debonair. So as for Puppy Day, do you guys do anything special? I know that already you offer quite a bit when you adopt a dog there. I know that, spayed or neutered.
Yep.
And, is it tagged as well?
Yep. Microchip. Altered, dewormed, current on vaccines. Really good to go.
Good to go.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of money when you first bring a puppy home, or all those inoculations and tests that you have to have done. So to have that already taken care of, you basically just show up at the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando, their Sanford location.
Mm-hmm.
Pay the adoption fee. Adopt, don't shop. Absolutely. Plus, then you get a sweet boy like Dorito.
That's it.
And what is the average cost of an adoption these days, Kathy? That way, is it per animal? Is it a weight thing, or is it all about the same price?
We do have variable pricing. Kittens are $100 and adult cats are $50.
Okay.
Dogs range from $75 for an adult large breed to $350 for a puppy under 6 months of age.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Which, for anyone out there shopping for a French bulldog or any of those other expensive breeds, that's what, a third the price of what you'd pay. At least
a tenth
Yeah.
for a French bulldog. It's a tenth. Those things are like 3 G's.
And by the way, someone did ask real quick, what about bananas for dogs?
Bananas are fine.
Okay. And by the way, this is why this is such a big deal, because somebody texted us at 77031 and said macadamia nuts made my dog temporarily paralyzed.
Are you
toxic
and required an ER visit?
Right.
Over macadamia nuts?
Macadamia nuts. And the smaller your dog, the bigger the concern, right? Because they have less space to go through. So it could cause,
it's just like us drinking. The tiny ones go down first.
And on that note, where do folks go to see Doritos?
She says that, then a maddening laugh
I
afterwards.
You don't know our history. Back at Planet Hollywood.
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day.
You used to let it rip back in the day, did you?
I was the designated driver.
She was PR. She was the one you called and said, "Hey, I've got friends in town. Can you hook us up?"
Oh, yeah.
Yep, exactly. It's been a long time.
I look at you differently now. I'm going to give you a heads up. I look at you a lot differently now.
Kenny and Kathy, where do folks go to see pictures of Doritos?
So he's on our website, petallianceorlando.org, and you can see his wonderful pictures there and just a little write-up about him. Best thing to do, though, is just come to Sanford and visit him. Meeting him in person is just everything.
And if you do have a dog, can you bring your dog along so that you can see if they get along?
We do allow that.
We do meet and greet. So typically not with a puppy, but if I'm not mistaken, Doritos is fully vaccinated or has had enough that we would be able to introduce. Yes.
Okay, good. Maybe make a call ahead if that's something you want to do.
Yeah, and bring your vet records. We want to make sure your personal pet's protected coming into a shelter environment.
Sure thing, yeah.
Oh, that's such a good idea. So many tips and tricks that you just don't even think of. Kenny and Kathy, thank you both so much. Yay! Orlando and Doritos.
Go Dorito.
You're a radio superstar.
He is.
He is. And as always, Animal House is brought to you by Glenn Klausman over at Klausman Law. So if you've been in a car, truck, motorcycle, even a slip and fall accident, a couple of reasons why you need to call Glenn and no one else. One, he's not going to pass you off to a caseworker. Glenn is going to personally handle your case. So much so he's going to give you his personal cell phone number and then pick it up when you call. Just a couple of reasons why year after year he's voted super lawyer and legal elite. He's also an animal lover, and he truly is a friend of the show. So give him a call, 407-917-1718, or check him out online at klausmanlaw.com. That's KLAUSMANlaw.com.
Thanks, Deb. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Back in a sec with Scott Maxwell from the Orlando Sentinel.
Real Radio.
is
The Monsters in the Morning.
this dude, Matt Rife, I think he's an odd-looking dude. I don't find it. Look, he ain't my kind of man. I don't find him attractive.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Real Radio 104.1.
There's stop-and-go traffic on the Turnpike southbound due to an accident near Hancock Road. Move over and slow down if you see police activity or emergency vehicles on the roadways there. Emergency crews are clearing up an accident on I-4 eastbound between State Road 44 and US 92. There's a crash heading through the city on I-4 westbound near Parr Street. The right lane's blocked where State Road 434 meets Manor Avenue. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by FreshFromFlorida.com.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting FreshFromFlorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Man, you want a ticket to one of the best pairing dinners out there? Harry Sip and Savor is back for 2025, and this Saturday is our very first one. 7 o'clock right there at the Rosen Center Hotel at Harry's Poolside Bar and Grill, and we turn it out. Pairing up with the guys from Bacardi and Heaven Hill. What you get is 6 cocktails, 6 plates of delicious food, including cannolis, lamb chops, plantain-crusted halibut, stuffed pork loin. You can't lose. So delicious. Every single thing is always great, and this is one of the best deals at only $75 a person for all of that. These always sell out, so grab your tickets fast, 407-996-3970, or just go to rosencenter.com. You can get your tickets there. It's Harry Sip and Savor. It's back, and it's this Saturday night.
Eustace Roofing. New roof, no mess.
Our iHeartRadio Music Awards celebrated the music and artists you've loved listening to all year on iHeartRadio. Brought to you by Jeep.
It's now streaming on Hulu for a limited time.
Bad Bunny,
Billie Eilish,
Glorilla,
Kenny Chesney,
Money Long,
Nelly,
your host, LL Cool J,
plus Lady Gaga,
Mariah Carey,
Gracie Abrams,
and iHeartRadio's Tour of the Century Award, honoring Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Streaming now on Hulu.
Hey guys, not feeling like yourself? Visit Game Day Men's Health, one of the nation's largest men's health clinics, specializing in testosterone replacement therapy, ED treatments, medical weight loss, and shockwave therapy, with locations in Winter Park, Lake Mary, and downtown. They can create a customized game plan for you. Set up your free testosterone test and consultation. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention 104.1 and get a second service free when you buy one. Game Day Men's Health, helping men perform and feel their best.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Premier Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Can you trust your home flooring needs to a 17-year-old kid that was in the paint department yesterday? No. Deal directly with Corey, the owner at Core Flooring. He'll beat anyone's price guaranteed. Core Flooring in Winter Park. Online at coreflooringfl.com.
Why go to just another sports bar when you can go to Crush Yard? The food, amazing. The drinks, top shelf. Craft beers, a gajillion of them. And then the big surprise, pickleball, all indoor on pristine new courts. So that's it, right? Wrong, because we've also got ping pong, cornhole, and a full arcade for the kids. So, Kissimmee, when the temps rise, cool off with the best food, games, and fun at the hottest new spot in town. Visit crushyard.com and follow us on social for details. See you down at the yard.
College basketball back in the spotlight. March Hoops will have everyone talking.
You think you know what's going to happen, but it never goes as scripted.
Lock in Fox Sports Radio is your #1 preset on the iHeartRadio app for the hottest takes.
We're going to have a 72-team tournament in the next couple of years.
And complete tournament coverage. Plus, binge on-demand podcast with The Dan Patrick Show. The Herd with Colin Cowherd. And more. From tip-off to the final buzzer. Search college basketball on the iHeartRadio app to stay in the know.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Hey guys, I hope you guys are still doing well. Mr. Colbert, you know I love you. That's why I have to mess with you a little bit. Otherwise, it's not fun. Thanks. Bye.
See, he does love you, Jimmy.
I think he's on sedatives. He sounds
That's a
a
hell of a
little
thing to say about somebody. Hey,
He sounds like, hey, you sound like you're on drugs, Mo.
yeah, you're pilled out. Though.
Well, he just had some, like something.
Yeah, 407-916-1041.
You
Text
still
us.
don't care.
77031.
Zero
Hey.
cares.
Hey. Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb. She cares. Jack cares as well.
I do care. A little bit.
There is one person in this room I care about.
Aww.
Yourself, we know.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Every single Wednesday, the one person in this show that I care about calls the show and talks to us about important stuff in Orlando, unlike you guys, who only want to talk about the inane and the silly.
Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and pack my stuff up.
And the insulting. Every Wednesday at 4:20, my man, our man.
Oh, it's too late. You already called him your man.
My favorite pickleball partner.
Awesome.
You guys give it up good and loud for Sweet Heat.
Truth Dragon.
Mr. Scott Maxwell.
Yay! Woohoo!
What is up, guys? I played some pickleball yesterday. Did it with my son, in fact. It's one of those things that cross-generational these days.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually just joking. I didn't know that you played at all. But you did. Don't you have a tennis background of some sort?
No. What I do have, though, is a pickleball court in my neighborhood where they just flat out busted out the industrial strength paint and painted it on the cul-de-sac. So every Tuesday and Friday at 5 o'clock, whoever's around grabs a beer and heads out to the pickleball.
Damn, that sounds great. We used to do that with Foursquare with our kids. Do you remember that game, Foursquare?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
God, it was a mean Foursquare, like 2 or 3 of them. We did ours with duct tape on the road. It was great. Good time.
We went a little more illegal, but it was.
You permanently marked the road there for sure.
But it's truly a good neighborhood bonding thing, and the thing that's kind of interesting to me is I wouldn't have, when I started doing this, it seemed like an old man sport, and I think that's certainly where its roots are. But it has really caught on. I mean, 20-somethings. My son goes up to Katie Way by himself. He's 22 years old and gets in line and just plays out there.
Daughter's 28, goes to the Mount Dora pickup courts all the time. Last night we were downtown Mount Dora having a little dinner, and the place was stacked on a Tuesday night at like 8 o'clock. Absolutely packed to the gills with people playing pickleball. And you're right, there's no old people out there. It's all younger people. It's all 35 and younger.
Which is why I avoid it like the plague.
Amen, sister.
Yeah, but my son was always saying, like, some of the best people on those pickup games are still like 65 or 70, and he's like, and they don't move 2 inches.
Yeah.
they just know how to hit and dink and.
If you go up north, I guess a lot of the pickleball clubs and all, it's all former like ATP pros. It's all like McEnroe and all those guys from back in the day who are absolutely doing they could have ski boots on. It would not matter because they don't move. They just know what they're doing and they don't mess up.
Absolutely. I have a nephew who's plays college tennis, and that is what they do for fun. I mean, they pickleball. They do tennis professionally, but when they want to have fun, they get out on the pickleball court.
And I remember we talked about when they started building the courts out of the villages. I can't remember the exact number, but it was a relatively large increase to all the osteopaths in the area because of all the knee and back and muscle and bone injuries, twisting ankles and stuff from people out there thinking they're 30 again.
Remember, Candace Rich's husband blew out his Achilles.
That's right. He's
playing pickleball.
It's incredible.
We have a rule that you just don't go for the ones you shouldn't go for.
Yeah. That's right, yeah.
That's wisdom right there.
You just mumble to yourself, not worth it.
Just take a drink instead. That's the penalty. Drink.
Yeah, just watch the ball go by and go on for the next one.
Yeah. Scott, of course, writes for the Orlando Sentinel. You can read his columns Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays right there. Today's was interesting, and I know that you already put another post up as well. I did want to talk about the column you have up this afternoon.
Oh, okay. You whatever you want. You start.
No, fire away with it if you don't mind.
So the one I started today is about the amendment process, and we've talked about it before. But basically, many times throughout the past couple decades, whenever residents want something that legislatures do not want, like raising the minimum wage, like smaller class sizes, like universal pre-K, like environmental spending, like medical marijuana, all these things. They use the amendment process, and that is where citizens get an issue on the ballot, and then if enough people vote for it, it becomes a law. And the politicians hate it. Really, who hates it are a lot of the special interests. And you may remember when the first minimum wage issue came up, it's kind of laughable when you look back at it. It was like, I think it was $6. They wanted to raise it to $6.15. And Publix and the Big Sugar and the power companies, they all scream bloody murder. This is going to just cripple Florida's economy if they were forced to pay $240 a week to their employers. Well, voters didn't buy it. They passed it, and they passed it overwhelmingly. And then that's when these interests said, well, we got to stop. We got to shut this process down. So the first thing they did was launch a crusade to say, well, we're going to tell people that they need to make it 60% instead of 50%. And they ran that campaign effectively. But the problem is that there's still a lot of issues, like some of the ones I just mentioned, like medical marijuana, that have easily cleared 60%. And there are issues like abortion that get close and make the politicians nervous, like 57% abortion rights enshrined in the Constitution. So right now, Ron DeSantis and GOP legislators are just tearing it up. They've got legislation filed that would make it damn near impossible for any citizen to ever get issues on the ballot again. One of them, just as a for instance, says before you can even start, you have to post a $1 million bond.
Yeah.
And as Desmond Meade, he's a great guy. He was the guy who ran the Citizens Campaign to restore civil rights to former felons who'd repaid every bit of their debt to society. They had to, repay everything. He said if that roadblock had been there before, we never would have gotten off the ground, because you can't get started if you don't have $1 million. And that is, in fact, the point. That's the point of this. It's to say that there will be no more citizen initiatives. There's also ones that say, like, if you ask one of the proposals says, like, even if you take the petition and down my cul-de-sac, right where my pickleball court, if I take that out and ask my neighbors to sign it, which is exactly how a citizen's petition is supposed to happen, theoretically, I have to register as a petitioner agent in Tallahassee, which is going to dissuade a lot of people.
Sure.
They beat fines up in a way that they're never focused on the politicians themselves when they're caught doing anything wrong. It's all meant to bog this thing down and really just stop these petitions from happening. And one of the points I make to people is this is the last direct pipeline to democracy that people have. I mean, you vote for legislators and you vote for members of Congress, but they do the voting. This is the one thing, and it doesn't happen very often. I mean, there's only about, I'd say, 2 amendments a year that end up passing. Every 4 years that end up passing. But that's just too many for the legislature, and they're trying to shut it down.
Now, Scott, I was just going to make the point. I had said this to Jimmy and Jack. Of the 23 states in this country that allow citizen initiatives, I don't see any other state's lawmakers acting with such open contempt for the constituents that they quote unquote represent, like the lawmakers here in Florida. They barely hide their snarl when they go full court on trying to bury the things that the citizens of the state are telling them we want, and they use every power they have to usurp that at every chance they get.
I think it's even worse. I think they revel in it.
I think you're right.
I think there's a great pride in overturning those initiatives. As a matter of fact, isn't there one right now with the with this Split Oak? That's another thing, was the annexation of these, like the property. Like they voted no. The state comes in and goes, well, maybe you didn't know what you're talking. Maybe you didn't understand, and just start kind of steamrolling or using language that leads you to believe that they're going to steamroll the vote that they asked you for.
You're exactly right, Jim. And actually, if I had more space, I would have included that one in there, because that is another one. Residents of Orange County, I think it was 4 years ago, voted to basically preserve rural land, to make a long story short, preserve these rural areas and environmentally sensitive areas. And it was literally the most popular thing on the ballot. These things passed with like 89% of the vote. You can't get 89% of people to agree that the sky is blue most of the time. And then what happened is the home builders went, hell, this is a problem. So the home builders that are here in Central Florida went up to Tallahassee, and they asked them to pass a law that basically says citizens aren't allowed to protect the environment anymore.
You can't create, the citizens are not allowed to create rural boundaries anymore. Let me tell you, they're under attack as well. We've seen an attack up in the Geneva area and that northern Seminole County area for years now. They've been trying to develop that land up there forever, and that Seminole County group up there has really been very aggressive with getting out and getting the word out about what they're trying to do. They've been trying to develop that up there. Dorworth has been trying to develop that property up there forever. Also out there in the Desiree Ranches, that's what they want to expand that Avalon thing to kind of create where Orange County grows by thousands of acres. It's kind of crazy. And the thing is,
you're right. And it's one of the few things where people come together across party lines. Democrats and Republicans unite and want to protect that. And that's the problem for the politicians and the special interests. When Democrats and Republicans unite, you have more than 60%.
Right.
You have a strong majority. And the only way they can fight that is to take away the voting rights to begin with. And Deb is right. It is really disdain. These guys, if they get elected by 52-54%, they call it a mandate. But when we pass something like class size is a great amendment, a great example. Everybody in this state, for the most part, wanted smaller class sizes. At one point in time, we had like 40 kids in a classroom. So voters passed something that said, it depended by grade, but like you couldn't have more than 26 students in core classes. And citizens tried to be decent about it. They said core classes because they were like, okay, if you have PE, we don't really care if there's 50 kids in a PE class. So what did the legislators do? They redefined math, like calculus, as no longer a core class. So that they could continue putting 40 students in the classroom. And they've played games like that over and over. You remember how long medical marijuana took to get, and it was all about giving a handful of licenses to a few plugged-in companies. It is really disdain. And there's one other example I'll give you that I just think is the most egregious, and it's just so overlooked. People don't talk about it. About 5 years ago, they passed a law that said nobody was allowed to donate more than $3,000 to any of these campaigns, citizens groups. Like if you said, hey, I want to try to make marijuana legal, nobody was allowed to donate more than $3,000. Now, keep in mind, the politicians themselves, they are taking contributions of up to $5 million a piece. I mean, unlimited contributions. But they said no more than $3,000. And if you donated more than $3,000, it was a crime. You could be arrested. You could be imprisoned. As soon as they passed that law, I said, you cannot do that in this country. This is not North Korea. I knew it was unconstitutional. And a judge, a very conservative judge, appointed by Donald Trump, threw out the law. But that is how bad, that is the disdain that Deb is talking about. They are so worried that they're willing to pass laws to jail you if you donate to causes that they do not.
Which is, and you could not be more right about the bipartisan nature of these rural boundaries groups, because that area up there in North Seminole County, that's as red as cow blood up there. I mean, those people bleed, and they're all Trump supporters. They're all MAGAs without question, and they're shameless about it. But when it comes to those rural lands, that's that land their families have been on for generations, have abutted for generations. They've hunted on that land. They've fished on that land. That land has been sacred to those people up there for years. 4 or 5 families have owned all of it forever, and now the developers see dollar signs because there's really no else to build in Orlando, and that's why Lake County and Polk County are exploding so much. They've wanted North Seminole County to be like that for decades.
And so the reason what you're talking about is there are the families that have been out there for generations, for literally that have roots more than 100 years. There are people who bought houses out there and agreed to purchase like 30 acres because they wanted to be alone, and they knew that was the deal, that you couldn't have 10 houses in every jammed in subdivision. And then there's people who care about the environment, who know that that land needs to be basically used as a filter to give us clean water and everything else. The problem has historically been that if you only have 5 members of a county commission, all developers have to do is get their hooks into 3.
That's it.
Get your hooks into 3, and you can overturn the will. That's what the residents in Seminole and Orange have done. They've said, no, it can't be that simple. It's got to be harder to do this. And now the developers, and it is a home builders that are trying to undo those the rights that citizens have put in place in Tallahassee. They're trying to do an end run.
Somebody on the texting service just said, well, if that's the case, if our votes mean nothing, what do you do?
Yeah, and I got to tell you, Jim, I like to be a problem-solving guy, but I had somebody email me that the other day, and I just don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, there were hundreds of people went up to protest what I'm talking about right now. And the first thing they did was they only get 3 minutes to begin with. I mean, and you have to drive. I mean, you may have to drive from Key West to Tallahassee. It could be. I mean, you certainly, even Orlando, that's 4 hours, right? The first thing they did was cut their 3 minutes down to 2 minutes.
Yep.
Then they did it to 2 minutes, and then they ignored them. They just ignored everything they had to say. The key would be to stop electing these folks. And we had a vote. Right now it's in the committee stage. It's been a Republican vote, but there was a Democrat, a new Democrat, Alvarez, I think his name, out of Osceola, who voted for it also.
Yeah.
But pay attention. I mean, I got the bill links. And you can see who's voting on these things. And if you care about this and you're worked up about this, and then all of a sudden you see a politician start screaming about DEI or CRT or something like that, that's not an accident. That is not an accident. They're trying to distract you from the issues you care about.
100%. And I think the most important thing said in this entire segment is do your research on the people that you're casting votes for and the people that you want to run for these offices, because you have to be careful who's funding them. You have to be careful on what their alliances are, because once they get into office, they don't really have to listen to you very much. That's a proven fact.
When you reelect a politician, you are de facto endorsing their past behavior.
Absolutely.
And that's why you also need to get on the phone, and you need to send emails, and you need to say, do not pass this legislation. You need to overwhelm their office staff to remind them up in Tallahassee, you still work for us.
Yep.
I don't care who's telling you what.
Back there. That's right. And I'll give one other little plug, since you asked, Jim, for people who want to be active. One of my buddy, we've discussed him before, Jason Garcia, who used to work for the Orlando Sentinel. He runs a website called Seeking Rents. Terrible name, good website. It's Google Seeking Rents. I've told him that. I went on his podcast and told him that. But all he does is track legislation and track who's filing it. He's the one who helped me figure out it was the home builders in Orlando that were trying to get around this. And his website this time of year, all he does is track these committee meetings and say who's pushing for it, who's voting for it, who's lobbying for it, and who you need to apply the pressure points to.
Well, again, that's Jason Garcia. What's the name of that?
Seeking Rents.
RENTS?
Yes, like you're looking for rents. It's an economic term that nobody understands, and he explains it in every podcast. And I told him that if you have to explain it in every podcast, it's a dumbass name.
All right, you guys give it up good and loud for our man, Mr. Scott Maxwell.
I love his frustration.
Right.
I know.
He's angry today. He was sour when we got on with us. I saw it in his face. I could read you a mile away. Your body language is terrible.
Your relationship is.
I'm with friends.
All right. Look at him. He has things. I'm with friends. It's fine.
Shut up so I can go get a bourbon.
It's probably just off screen.
It probably is.
It's 4:40. My man is there. It is. Show it to me. All right, Scott Maxwell again. Orlando Sentinel. You're going to Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. One of the most applauded and trusted writers in the history of the Orlando Sentinel. Thanks, Scott. It's always good seeing you, buddy.
I appreciate it. You guys have a
You
great
got it, buddy.
week.
All right, 407-916-1041. You can always text us at 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show. Stay put.
You text us at 77031 and we say it on the air. Sometimes. We might even give you credit. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here with your Wednesday night forecast. Temperatures dipping down into the mid-50s headed through the overnight tonight. And Thursday is when we're expecting our next cold front to roll through, especially through tomorrow afternoon. Clouds going to be on the increase, but those temperatures warming up quickly before we see that much cooler air start to flood in back into the region on Friday. Highs tomorrow throughout the low 80s, and we're going to see those temperatures only in the low 70s to wrap up the work week.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus. At Batteries Plus, you'll find trusted, dependable, fully charged batteries for your car or truck. Plus, free battery testing and expert installation, too. Life's waiting, and you have places to be. Power on with Batteries Plus. Over 700 locations nationwide.
Hey guys, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at the Nickley Group. This is an elite group of realtors here in Central Florida, and they're all about doing one thing, and that's getting you max dollar for your biggest asset. That's your home, and they can do it for sure. And here's what you need to remember. Real estate market trends are a very, very local thing. And the reason I say that is this. You know, you hear in the national media, well, home prices are dropping. Home prices are dropping. Not in Central Florida, they're not. They're record prices here in Central Florida for homes still. And when you have that elite team like the Nickley Group, that means you can even get more money for your home because these guys know this market better than anybody. On average, they get about 6% more than their competitors, and they get that money twice as fast. That's thousands of dollars, guys. And when you factor in their VIP program, it's almost unfair to other realtors. Free appraisals, free home warranties, free moving trucks and supplies. Hell, they even have a love it and leave it guarantee where if you're not satisfied with your purchase within the first year, they'll relist it for free. And they also have the guaranteed cash offer. That's no showings or open houses, and that deal can close in just 14 days. You don't do with any of that. Get your money and off you go. It's the NickleyGroup.com. You can't beat them. They're awesome. NICKLEY Group.com.
Mom and Dad seem different after a European-style holiday on MSC Cruises.
Call us Cloud and Yvette.
The ship had restaurants, shops, and nightlife.
La Galleria.
And of course, American touches, like an aqua park and a sweets shop.
American je ne sais quoi.
Mom, you're from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Kevin.
Book now and save up to 35% off. Plus, kids sail free. MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
The math ain't mathin'. RC Hill here. It's tax season and I'm freaking out. My accountant says I have too many 2024s and they must go. So right now, you could drive for just $10 down. So save your refund, because I'm paying way over appraised value for your trade regardless of miles or condition. And I'll even help you save up to $10,000 on a new Mitsubishi with a lifetime warranty. Plus at RC Hill Mitsubishi, we're all about affordability. So visit me to drive for just $10 down and save up to $10,000 on the award-winning 2024 Outlander Top Safety Pick 7-passenger SUV, or the Mirage voted best priced new car in America starting at only $15,900 with rates as low as 0%. Plus, I've got over 200 certified used cars to choose from. But hurry, this deal's done once my accountant says I'm in the clear. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. 2 locations, DeLand and Ocala. Visit me at rchill.com. That's rchill.com.
Credit and $10 down, require bank approval. Example, 2.9 APR for 60 months. $20 per month for $1,000 finance. Offer ends March 31st.
Call for a ride share. Hop on an airboat. Dust off those rolly snakes. It doesn't matter how you get to McDonald's, just as long as you hurry. Because now, for a limited time, 2 favorites are back. The Daily Double and Hot and Spicy McChicken for only $4.49. This deal won't last, especially on a classic like a Daily Double. 2 100% beef patties seasoned to perfection and melty American cheese. What are you waiting for? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
A meal at McDonald's brings my family closer together. And now, that same meal helps bring other families closer together. When we order a family bundle deal that has 40 crispy chicken McNuggets and 2 large fries, McDonald's donates 50 cents to local Florida Ronald McDonald House Charities chapters, providing a home away from home so families can stay close to their child during medical care. We can also round up our order, and the extra will get donated. Food, family, and helping others. What could be better? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Florida just got its own local currency, the Florida Goldback, and you can get one for free. Goldbacks look like cash, but they're made of pure 24-karat gold, so they resist inflation and preserve your purchasing power. To celebrate the launch of this local currency, we're giving away free half Goldbacks to Florida residents only while supplies last. Claim your free Florida Goldback before they're gone at freegoldback.com and get it delivered to your Florida address absolutely free.
Need help navigating your will or trust? Visit onefirmforlife.com today for your free consultation.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Hey, Colbert crew. Regarding yesterday's podcast with the difference between nude and naked, I had one of those feisty Southern grandmas, and she used to tell us the difference is nude is when you don't have any clothes on. Naked is when you don't have any clothes on, but you're up to something. Bye.
Wow, you guys are very astute. Yes, a little bit of drugs here and there from surgery. Thanks. Bye.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Yo.
Jack is here as well.
Yeah.
Nude and naked. I also thought of another argument for that yesterday or today. I can't remember. Nude is when you have no clothes on. Naked could be you also have no clothes on, but I think you are also vulnerable. Right?
I think I remember seeing that off the texting service.
Well, I didn't read that. Actually, I was just thinking today, like, you can be in the woods and be in a naked area of the woods that's unprotected. I think naked also could mean unprotected, not necessarily just nude.
There you go.
But I'm not 100% sure on that. But I know nude means you don't have clothes on, but I think naked could be also mean...
Yeah, you're stripped of your title. You're naked. You could be naked of that.
Exactly.
Oh, there you go.
Like,
okay.
I don't know how we even got into that.
We don't have to revisit it.
We don't, for sure. All right.
No need.
Everybody heard the news that Joann Fabrics is going out of business, liquidating all of their stores. Was that gasp, the fact that you took advantage of this? And
yes.
How good were the sales?
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah?
Fabulous. And the Joann's that I went to, like if you're looking for any kind of crafting supplies, for those of a certain age, you maybe think of Joann's as the way it used to be, mainly fabrics if you're going to be sewing.
Right.
But they moved into kind of like a lot of places like Michael's and
art supplies, things of that nature. So, I mean,
good haul.
Yeah,
good haul.
It is interesting but there is a story about that right now because their scammers have already taken grip on this unfortunate bankruptcy. I think it was 800 stores or something nationwide that immediately were ordered to liquidate. Well, if you are looking to take advantage of that, maybe a lot of people can't get out and they think, well, I'll just go online and I'll just bust this thing up online and have them send it all to me. That way I don't have to go in there and fight the crowds and go through the whole idea is, people are finding 50% discounts on stuff they want to get. It can get kind of contentious in those stores. The lines can be long. It can be a pain in the ass to deal with. So people think to themselves, I'll just go to JoannFabrics.com or whatever, and I'll go order this stuff and they can send it to me. I'll get my great discount and I won't have to leave my house or deal with all that problem. Here's the problem. Somebody has already hijacked every single website that leads you to believe that it's a Joann Fabrics sale website, and they're already starting to steal money from you. So what Joann Fabrics has done, and this is a little heads up from us to you guys, if you plan on shopping at Joann Fabrics, you are going to have to go into the store to do it. Joann Fabrics has taken down every single website that leads to them, and they are not selling any of their merchandise online.
Yeah, Joann.com is the company's only website, and it has been shut down. So
yeah, because what happened was this, Jack, is people were cloning the website and then putting it up so that you would go there thinking you're shopping and you're ordering, but really what you're doing is you're just giving a scammer your money. You're never going to get your items. It does not exist. And if you go to ABC News today, they have a story on this. And the cool thing about this particular story with Joann is it shows you a lot of the websites that are being used to scam people.
Oh, man.
And there's like 20 of them. And it's like every possible iteration of a Joann Fabric website you would think, like Joann Online, Joann Online Sales, Joann Closeout Sales, Joann Going Out of Business Sale. All the things that you would think that would take you to a site that would give you a better deal is taking you to a site that's been cloned and it's just going to take your money and maybe even worse. I mean, as you punch in your information to pay, not only would they have the money that you spent, may actually have access to your other account as well, or your account fully.
And I would believe that, most retailers, if they are filing for bankruptcy and they're having, liquidation sales, probably the first thing they shut down is their online shopping.
Yeah, I would think so too.
They're not going to have the workforce to fulfill those orders. I mean, with the Joann I went to, I was like, well, I don't even know how picked over it's going to be. The doors were open.
Yeah.
It wasn't. I mean, it was a great shopping experience, but I can't see how any of that would be available online.
Yeah. You know what the funny thing is? I should have gone in there. I didn't think about it. My daughter is taking an interior design. She's going to school for interior design, and there's this specific paint pens that you have to get. And it's actually because they have different color schemes. I didn't know this, Jack. I just learned this during Christmas.
Yeah.
That you have to get this certain, and it's got cool blues. Or one color scheme will have, the pens will have, desert hues. In other words, it'll be oranges and yellows and golds and things of that nature. Burnt umbers and things like that. How much do you think those pens are for a set of 10? About $175.
Oh, my goodness.
For each class, by the way.
Yeah.
And each class could have a different, vibe for color. So as I went to buy those, I did not buy those.
I run into the same exact issues when I'm looking for my eye makeup. Super expensive, all these different hues. Oh.
Where do you go, Jack? Are you a Sephora girl, an Ulta girl?
That's a Mac bitch over there.
You think?
That's a Mac bitch right there.
Oh, I don't know.
He's bougie. That dude's bougie.
If I'm not getting the Kardashian stuff.
Yeah, right. If you're not getting, if the Kim Kardashian,
they're just paying for the name.
God almighty. $400 for that first lineup of hers.
Crazy.
No, I'll stick with Cindy Crawford.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but if you want to go, you go to ABC News. It says Joann warns of fake websites, urges customers to shop in store only.
Yeah.
That way you can get all the information you need about what's going on with Joann. But like Deb said, Joann.com is not a place you should be shopping. It is shut down. It is no longer taking orders. But any iteration of Joann Fabrics websites are fake. Do not go to them. Do not spend your money on them. Do not enter your personal information or your credit card numbers into those.
But treat yourself and go to one of the Joanns that's, closing out, and if you make Christmas crafts, whatever.
Scrapbooking?
Scrapbooking.
Is that still a thing, by the way? Scrapbooking still a thing?
I don't know because, I do know that Gen Z and Alpha are the one generation that's printing more pictures again than previous generations.
Really?
They like that nostalgia.
Wow.
Because again,
what's funny?
We all have digital photos. How often do you look at the photos on your camera? And then if you're like me and you have an old phone, I can't see any of the pictures of my dog Lex, who passed in 2018.
Oh, that's crazy.
Because
yeah,
they're all digital.
Yeah, it's funny because you mentioned that, and my daughters, when Christmas came up, one of them had mentioned something about one of those it was like a Polaroid thing.
Yep.
It's a little printer you take with you. And when you take the picture, you immediately go back and print it out. You don't even give it a chance to, get lost in your digital files or anything. You just print it out and you're able to make your scrapbook or send it to a friend or whatever the case may be.
And that's the difference makers, that Gen Z and the Alpha generation really falling in love with, being able to hold a photo in your hand.
Man, I'd like to sew. That'd be fun.
Sewing is fun.
Sewing supplies up to 40% off.
Yeah.
I'm on the Joann website now. Can I buy you something?
407-916-1041. Text us 77. Yeah, Jack, just put in your debit card number.
Let me borrow yours.
Just put in your debit card number. Make sure you get the access code perfectly right, buddy. All right, let's see what we got coming up here in a second.
I have a sewing machine. I need to learn how to use it.
You do? Do you have a good one?
I do. It was my mom's.
Oh,
right?
my gosh, that's the best.
It has sat there idle for at least 6 years.
Oh, that's the best.
I know I'd probably need to get it tuned up, but the last time I sewed was in 7th grade home ec class.
Sewing for Dummies.
Made the pillow?
Yeah.
That's what
yeah,
you make a pillow.
Made a pillow. Yeah.
That's how you make a pillow.
But Sewing for Dummies taught me how to make a pillow, how to make the pillow insert, how to make the button shanks.
Yeah.
So that your button doesn't get loose, how to do the button holes.
Well, now, now my mother-in-law has one of those sewing machines that you literally push a button and watch it do all the work for you. This thing will even embroider.
Okay, that's a whole different level.
Oh, that's big money,
that's like,
too.
Is that Cricut? No.
The Cricut
I'm trying to think that's a cutter.
The Cricut is the cutter thing that you can make, because we have one of those as well.
I'm trying to think of the name of those big-ass, embroidery machines. Those are the bomb.
That Cricut machine is badass, by the way.
It is.
When you have, when we were doing, all the graduation stuff and like that, we were custom making all that stuff at the house for, no money.
Exactly.
And I mean, that stuff is expensive when you buy it out. When you custom order that, it's not good. All right, 407-916-1041. A new rule has made a state park a very interesting summer getaway. I'll tell you why next.
All the cool kids are doing it, and you want to be like the cool kids, don't you? Well, don't you? The Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Follow Real Radio 104.1, tap the microphone, and speak.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Traffic's starting to slow down on the major roadways on the Turnpike between County Road 561 and Oakland Exchange on I-4 before St. John's River Bridge. Bumper-to-bumper traffic on I-4 before US 27 and through that World Drive area. Construction is blocking the express lanes of State Road 429 southbound at Independence Toll Plaza. Traffic is piling up there. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by In Touch Ministries.
Listen to the In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Just search for the In Touch Ministries channel on the iHeartRadio app or visit intouch.org.
You know, that mortgage guy, Don, also does commercial and SBA, Small Business Administration loans. And if you have an existing SBA loan, let's say it's got a rate of 9% or more, then you're in luck. That mortgage guy, Don, can refinance your qualified high-interest SBA loan to a low fixed rate of 8.25%. Want to buy a business or a franchise? That mortgage guy, Don, has your back and has over 50 sources for your SBA and business loans of all sizes. And you can get a quote with no hard credit inquiry. So don't miss the boat. Compare your quote at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Don't miss the boat. Compare your quote with thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Hey guys, not feeling like yourself? Visit Game Day Men's Health, one of the nation's largest men's health clinics, specializing in testosterone replacement therapy, ED treatments, medical weight loss, and shockwave therapy, with locations in Winter Park, Lake Mary, and downtown. They can create a customized game plan for you. Set up your free testosterone test and consultation. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention 104.1 and get a second service free when you buy one. Game Day Men's Health, helping men perform and feel their best.
Everybody, Jim Colbert here with my friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. Everybody knows they carry the best brands from grills out there. Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, Napoleon. Matter of fact, speaking of Traeger, they have that brand new lineup of Woodridge Traeger grills. Unreal. Napoleon Prestige and Rogue models as well. But not to mention, they have pizza ovens, Uni and Ghazni, and they're so much fun to cook on. I will tell you, over and over, my little Uni pizza oven is a blast. Not only does it cook steaks great, pizza's great, it makes a damn good steak as well. Polywood furniture, if you haven't heard of it, virtually indestructible, made from recycled plastic. plastic will not fade in the Florida sun, and the designs are beautiful. And they also have service techs that specialize in grills for any repair or warranty issues. You can get free assembly and local delivery on any backyard purchase, $3.99 and up. It's Tools Ace Hardware, 13 convenient locations right here in Central Florida, or you can shop online at acehardware.com for free in-store pickup or delivery. It's Tools Ace, your local helpful place.
Can you trust your home flooring needs to a 17-year-old kid that was in the paint department yesterday? No! Deal directly with Corey, the owner at Core Flooring. He'll beat anyone's price guaranteed. Core Flooring in Winter Park. Online at coreflooringfl.com.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine.
If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In Office Orlando.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 689-314-7578. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today, 689-314-7578. 689-314-7578.
It's the Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. 2 bets facing off. Winning side splits $250K in bonus bets every single day. Time to pick a side. Team underdogs or team favorites. Team over or team under. There's one way to settle this. Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. Pick a side for $1. Win your share of $250K or more today. Prize pool to be paid out in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 407-213-0000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Want to win $15,000 in new impact windows from Reese Windows? Pick up your phone and text the word WOW to 20129. That's WOW to 20129.
Just because an injury doesn't show up on an x-ray doesn't mean it isn't real. We know doctors that specialize in whiplash, sprains, strains, and tears. They can help us prove your pain is real and fight for your future medical needs.
Farah and Farah.
Orlando. Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Coming to you live from the JustCallMo.com studios. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Need help after an accident? Visit JustCallMo.com or dial 1-800-CALL-MO. This is WTKS-FM HD1, Cocoa Beach, Orlando. An iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that you got to be careful with flea medicine. A few years back, my son brought home a little kitten, and it was full of fleas. I told him we couldn't bring it in the house until we got rid of the fleas. So we had a dog at the time. I go in the house and grab flea medicine for a dog and apply it to the cat. And not long after, the cat frothing at the mouth and like almost going into seizures. Took the cat to the vet and she yelled at me.
And what?
And what? Oh,
and what happened?
He used all 30 seconds and didn't finish his damn story.
Call us back and let us know how's the kitten.
No, only one a day. Sorry.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us, 787-031. You can do that. That's an iHeart Radio talkback. You can do that as well just by grabbing that app. Go to Real Radio. You'll see that microphone. Use it to send your comment on down to Jack.
And you can preview it. You know, when you record your message, you can listen back to make sure that the conclusion of the story is included in your talkback.
That'd be nice. By the way, that minute and a half drama thing I was telling you guys about the other day is like a thing now. That was front page news, a couple news sources today.
Yeah, Deb wasn't here. This was on Monday, and you were talking about a multi-billion-dollar industry for China.
Yeah, mini dramas.
Creating 90-second dramas for TikTok. Or is it TikTok or just social media in general?
It was TikTok as a rule, but I mean, it was in Real Stories, I guess, has them in there as well. No. I watched a couple this morning. They were kind of stupid. They were kind of dumb. I didn't really get it. They're really, and most of them are in Chinese, but they're starting to make it into the mainstream market here in America, and they're making them already as well, and they're still just as dumb.
You watching them on your Redbook app?
I watch them on my phone, Jack.
Okay.
All right, welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
He is.
Do you have plans to go to Wekiva Springs this summer, guys? You guys have plans? Let me help you out. You don't.
Okay.
And do you know why? I mean, I know you covered this did you talk about this in news a little bit?
No, I took it out.
Oh, you did? I was going to say.
Yeah.
So this is a really interesting thing. This is the very first state park they've done this in Florida. And what we're talking about is they started taking reservations. If you haven't been over to the Wekiva Springs State Park, the entrance going into that regularly during the summer would be backed up 2 miles or longer. Making those waits to get in there ridiculous, and of course jamming up traffic because that's only it is a 4-lane road, but there's only 2 lanes going that way there. So one of those lanes on the right-hand side would be completely backed up.
Yeah.
And that's even when they rebuilt the entrance to the park and made a run that goes into the park that probably holds 20 cars. Just
at least
in the turning lane. The turning lane probably has 20 or more cars. And then when you turn the corner to go into the park, it's another probably 20 cars to get to the gate where you pay to get in. So it already held quite a bit. Did you hear the news on this yet?
I did not.
Completely sold out. The entire summer for the Wekiva Springs State Park is already completely sold out.
Wow.
Completely sold out. And even if you are a member of that park, if you have one of those memberships or, one of those things, even if you're a member, you still have to call and get a reservation. You don't have to pay to get in, but if you don't get the reservation, even if you're a member, from what I understand, you do not get in. How about this? Even if you're walking or riding a bicycle, you will not be able to get in without a reservation. From May 12th all the way to September 2nd, every single reservation is gone.
What?
Is that good?
No.
Well, I mean, so why not, though?
I would have liked to decide not to go on a daily basis.
It says even scoring tickets this summer to a Beyonce concert or Hamilton show may be less challenging than getting into Wekiva Springs State Park. That's simply amazing. Less than a week after the popular recreational area launched that pilot program requiring, that's always a tough word for me, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Requiring reservations and payment in advance, it showed Tuesday was fully booked May 13th through September 1st, which is the program's final day. Dozens of reservations were still available up until May 12th, but after that, they're all gone.
Yeah, now after September 1st, it'll be first come, first serve.
Exactly,
but
like normal.
Basically through the summer season.
And there's still plenty of heat to deal with in September going into October to enjoy it, but the heart of the summer, you're done. Now, the question I have is this. Can you wait until someone leaves and then get in? Or is it once they get everybody in there, the park's, full capacity? By the way, it had like 450,000 visitors last summer. It's a very popular park.
Well,
I think what we need to do, I think maybe some people jumped on it with a plan on turning it over and scalping them. and I think we should beat those people silly. So to the person texting us, telling us you have reservations for sale, we're coming for you.
Yeah.
Well, if you saw CBS Sunday Morning this past weekend, they talked about how many people do you think visited the national parks overall last year? It was like their busiest year ever.
Yeah, it is a lot. I mean, 5 million.
There you go. 5
Okay.
million. So, and now they have less resources. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they even have to extend this because, the park can only hold so many people.
Right, and that's exactly what they're saying about Wekiva. It can only hold so many people, and it's jamming up traffic. You had to wait for hours to get in there, just waiting for people to get their money. And then when you pay in advance, you just basically show up, you show them your receipt that you paid, and in you go. And they only have like 500 parking spots, so even that's an issue. And you can reserve a parking spot, I guess, if you want.
Wow.
It says, and someone who's been a member there for a while, they asked them as part of the story, and it says, we have no problem with the reservation program. If you're going to get in, it's such a wonderful place, but you got to take the time to get in there. You got to make your plans. But that's so crazy, though, man, that you have to do this so far in advance. Like what? I don't know that I'm going to be. I guess you have to make plans to go to a state park a month and a half in advance. Or now it's a year in advance.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, you think like, I guess August 8th we'll go.
I mean, I wake up Saturday morning saying, what are we doing today?
Right, exactly. And now you do not have that. And by the way, they're already testing. I mean, this is like a test pilot program for state parks statewide. And already it looks pretty good for them because they have their money in the bank. Everything's already set. They're not going to have to deal with the traffic.
Listen, it's a more efficient way to do it. It just the idea that we can't go because it's sold out is a little frustrating from a user. But I haven't been in a while. I like going, but it's been forever since I've been there. But I didn't want to deal with the long lines, and you got to get there.
Yeah,
like
6 in the morning,
7 a.m. ish.
Is it wild though that your taxpayer dollar pays for that park to be maintained, pays for it to be taken care of, and yet if you don't make a reservation, you're out?
No,
I mean,
because
what
it says is that the park is really popular and that many people are straining those resources, and it's only going to get worse because of all the people that have been let go from the national parks.
Can't get worse there because, I mean, they limit exactly how many people can get in every day.
It can get worse if they have less people to take care of the facilities and everything. Yeah.
But I mean, so let me ask, though, because, I mean, it does make, if it has a capacity, and, we did this with, if you ever went to the nightclubs here in town for a while, when they got to the fire code, you would have to wait for somebody to leave, or restaurants for that matter. You have to wait for somebody to get up and get up, and get done before you can go and sit down. There's no table. So is that the case? I mean, could you theoretically wait outside the gate, and then when somebody left, they would let you in? I mean, is that because they don't mention that in the story?
Well, they said, as people come out is when they let people in. So when you see the sign that says park is closed, there's still a line of cars because they are getting let in when people are coming out. Texter says they live across the street. It's a 3-mile long line every day.
Oh,
and also accident crazy.
Yeah. Because I mean, they're shutting down, and the thing is Jack's right. They're shutting down an entire lane of that road.
Oh, yeah.
So basically, that 2-lane road that feeds a very popular part of town, which is that Sweetwater, Wekiva area, that now becomes a 1-lane road.
Well, someone texted and said the people that wait in that line and block the road piss me off to make me late for my tea time all the time on Sunday mornings.
There's another entrance.
Okay, Jim.
I've only been back there a couple of times. It's beautiful, though.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, it says it's one of the most popular parks in the state. And somebody also said, Alexander Springs, Juniper Springs, we have so many of them. And we really are blessed here in Central Florida to have so many natural wonders to enjoy like that. But you can bet your ass, showing the success of this Wekiva thing, that's just a vote or two away from heading your way. So if I were you, and I heard any inkling of them doing this with any of the other, whether it be Silver Glen, whether it be Alexander, Juniper, Gemini Springs, Rainbow Springs, Rock Springs, anytime they do that, you probably just want to hop on board and grab as many reservations as you possibly can.
And listen, if you have any plans this summer to maybe go check out one of the national parks, you want to take the kids to go see, the
Everglades here in Florida, right?
Everglades, yeah, exactly. But if you want to go see Yosemite or you want to go see the Grand Canyon, you might want to look into that because the report on Sunday was like, we have very few people to let 5 million people in,
Yeah.
and the hours wait that you're going to have is going to be miserable.
And we're already
So-
hearing stories out of the cuts already. We're already hearing stories that it's difficult to manage as it is. So, we don't know what it's going to be like in 6 months, 8 months, like you were saying.
Yeah.
As the summer gets there and people are able to visit the parks up north when, it's more mild and pleasant, that may be a little bit more of a challenge these days, especially when the campsites and maintaining all the cabins and things of that nature. Who knows? Bathroom facilities.
All of it.
We dealt with that when COVID, when they were people going in there in COVID and they were just treating it like a dog, like crap.
Like the way people do.
Yeah. Oh, God, they're the worst. All right, 407 916 1041. Amazon has themselves an interesting argument. I'll pitch it to you guys and ask what you think next.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
I was actually chiming in on the fact that you could buy a Canon. We
You
know
can.
this because we have bought a Canon on the show before.
Yeah, you can buy a Canon. You could buy like a big ass cannon if you wanted to. Hold on, let me rephrase that. You could buy a large cannon.
Ass cannon, I'm in.
if you want to.
The news junkie. Weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
Traffic's starting to slow down on the major roadways on the Turnpike between County Road 561 and Oakland Exchange on I-4 before St. John's River Bridge. Bumper-to-bumper traffic on I-4 before US 27 and through that World Drive area. Construction is blocking the express lanes of State Road 429 southbound at Independence Toll Plaza. Traffic is piling up there. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Man, let me tell you something. I hired FAS Exteriors to install windows and doors in my homes here in Orlando, 2 of them actually, and they absolutely destroyed it. Not only with great products, but with incredible installation. Matter of fact, their expert team of window and door installers made the entire project seamless from measurement to the final inspection. I tell you this because it's true and it's important. The inspectors from Seminole County asked me who did the job. It was installed so perfectly. And when I told them FAS, they kind of knew immediately. They kind of shook their heads because they see that kind of craftsmanship all the time. Since 2005, FAS has earned their spot as Orlando's top-rated window and door experts. Upgrade your home with a team that delivers excellence. Simply visit FASWD and trust the leader in windows and doors.
Core Flooring Center in Winter Park is the go-to destination for flooring. Visit coreflooringfl.com.
I'm David. I'm an attorney. When my wife was seriously injured in a car accident, we called attorney Glenn Clausman. He met with her at the hospital and again at the rehab facility. Glenn Clausman genuinely cared about my wife's injuries and spent time with us to understand all the ways her injuries affected her. Because we chose attorney Glenn Clausman, my wife received an extremely fair settlement, and Glenn Clausman helped us receive as much money as possible by getting the medical bills reduced. I highly recommend Glenn Clausman. Glenn Clausman at KLAUSMANlaw.com.
Oh boy, the Jim Colbert Show question of the day is brought to you by WeAreNotTheBanks.com. Whether it's debt consolidation, commercial business lending, their move-up buyers program, or even new construction lending, contact Brad Siebert at WeAreNotTheBanks.com. Now, let's say you found that perfect lot. You want to build your dream home. Well, you don't have to be rich to reach your dreams. Contact WeAreNotTheBanks.com. They help veterans and first-time buyers reach their dreams through their VA and FHA construction to permanent loans. And with WeAreNotTheBanks.com, whether it's a mortgage for your home or a refi, know they are licensed nationwide. And if you're looking to buy or sell, they have a special realtor program that puts you in touch with the top agents, gets you 25% of the commission back towards your closing costs. Contact Brad Siebert. Again, the website, WeAreNotTheBanks.com. NMLS ID number 150953, Equal Housing Opportunity.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. 407-213-0000. That's 407-213-0000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is giving away 2 2025 Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedans every Tuesday in March. Earn entries while playing slots and table games March 1st through March 25th. Earn 3 times entries Mondays in March. Plus, receive 1 free entry on each drawing day just by inserting your Unity by Hard Rock card into any slot machine. Not a Unity by Hard Rock member? Sign up today. You'll get a limited edition t-shirt and up to $200 on us. Don't miss the chance to win a 2025 Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan. Only at Seminole Hard Rock Tampa. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Eustace Roofing, with over 65 years of experience in Central Florida, provides a VIP experience with an on-site crew lead, project manager, and expert team for every home. No wonder they won National Roofing Company of the Year. Visit eustaceroofing.com to schedule your free estimate.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Mom and Dad seemed different after a European-style holiday on MSC Cruises.
Call us Cloud and Yvette.
The ship had restaurants, shops, and nightlife.
La Galleria.
And of course, American touches, like an aqua park and a sweets shop.
American je ne sais quoi.
Mom, you're from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Kevin.
Book now and save up to 35% off. Plus, kids sail free. MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Miss part of the show? The Jim Colbert Show on Demand. Available on the free iHeartRadio app. Still to come, we find out what's in the good sauce with Ross Padgett. Today at 6 on the Jim Colbert Show.
407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Hello.
Somebody on the texting service had a very good point. What happens if they close Wekiva because of weather? What are you laughing at?
I was trying to mimic Deb's hello.
He does that all the time.
I guess you're just SOL. If you make a reservation and it starts raining and pouring, you can't expect a $6 refund, right?
Why not?
I don't know.
Of course you could.
Well, they give you a rain check, right? You can just use it. I mean, if you come back with your ticket.
What, next year?
Yeah, but no, the thing is, he's right, though. Let's say I make a plan for this. Let's say this weekend was June 12th or whatever.
Okay.
And I've made plans for this Saturday, and I bought my reservation. Right? I get rained out. They can't send me back. It's
Correct.
sold out.
Correct.
So then what?
They refund you.
Is that what they do?
I would assume.
Yeah.
Every other business would do that.
Yeah, maybe just credit you. Who knows? For another date in the.
Oh, an advanced spot in line for next year.
You could be the first two cars in the 3-mile long line for sure. How many you guys? You guys shop at Amazon very much? Jack, I know you do. Does Deb? Do you?
Yeah, more than I should.
Yeah, no.
Not a big Amazon shopper. My wife is. I am not either. I don't really shop online a whole bunch. I'd just rather go and get it. I for some reason, I feel like I put some effort in there and I deserve it more.
Oh, I'd rather do nothing and have it show up at my door within 4 hours.
That's exactly. My wife is so good at shopping on Amazon. It's crazy. I mean, do you know? Like, you can get stuff like that next afternoon, or like you can order it in the morning and get it that day.
Yes.
Hey, just add 4 hours.
Yeah. Oh, it's 4 hours?
It depends on the item and
Right, yeah.
if it's located near you.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, Amazon has a small problem on their hands. They are suing the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. And they're doing that because of this. This is what they contend. You guys tell me what you think here. I'm kind of indifferent on this argument. I can see both sides. So what what they say is this: the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission is ordering Amazon to recall hundreds of thousands of potentially hazardous products sold by other sellers on their platform. Amazon is saying we shouldn't have to refund that. We're just a platform for no different than like eBay, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? You go on eBay, you kind of put something up for sale.
Yeah.
They're just the purveyor of the sale. They're the place where you go so that other people can see it. Amazon's kind of the same thing. And I know this is the case because my wife's company sells a number of things on Amazon. A lot of people do. There are a lot of people who are listening to us right now whose entire businesses are based on their percentages and sales that come from Amazon. It is it's a major player, right? And by the way, they have uncomfortable control over your sales, by the way.
Yeah.
If anybody knew that, they would.
Well, and the same thing has been levied against Walmart as well.
For sure. Yeah. Because, they have so much power in buying that they can require you, if you want your products in their stores, the margins are ridiculous. Really ridiculous. You have to discount your products so much for them to buy them that it's almost like not even worth doing it. Not to mention if something goes wrong, you have no margin to make up for it. And, because you're working by the skin of your hair, or the skin of your teeth. But what they want here is Amazon, of course, is resuing, or they're suing and saying, we should not be responsible for products sold through our store. We should not be the ones that have to do that. That's up to the people selling stuff through our platform. You should go after them individually.
Yeah. Some of it is like, I think it's Amazon Basics or whatever. I think Amazon has their own brand of certain items. For those items, I could see that being the case.
Okay.
Because they are the manufacturer.
Right.
Right? Even if it's a white label issue and they're putting their name on it, they're presenting that as their product.
Right. So Amazon has no responsibility to vet the products that are sold through their website?
I don't. Seems like a lot of work, Jim.
So if a guy who manufactures, let's say, one of those e-scooters, and he's got a little place where he builds e-scooters there at his house in Indiana, and he's been doing this for a while, he buys the parts from all over, and he assembles these e-scooters, and then one of these e-scooters catches on fire and burns someone's house down. That's just basically on the e-scooter company. Well, Amazon doesn't have to go through any vetting process to make sure that the company that builds the scooters are up to snuff when it comes to safety.
Did they follow the law? Did they violate the law?
Do not know the answer to that, but that's the only example I could think of at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard to say that. The retailer would have to go to, check the licenses and all the product, how these items are made. I don't know. It just seems like a big ask. It seems like, they have the biggest pockets.
Right.
Let's go for that.
Well, here's also what I know that, when certain companies order things from China, just because I know, again, a little bit about this because my wife's company does that, they have to double, triple check. They actually have somebody that lives in China to make sure that China's using the proper paints, that they're not lead-based paints,
right?
That they're using all the proper things that will pass code here in Central or in America, not to mention. And that's not just for the U.S., that's also for the company that's buying the product.
Right.
And they have to, and that's on them. That's not on the person buying it. That's not on the person selling it. That's on this company, the company that my wife works for. It's their responsibility to make sure that none of the products make it from China with any of those chemicals or other ingredients that cannot pass muster for the U.S. or for the client they're buying it for. And it said here the commission in 2024 ruled that Amazon was distributing products that are defective or fail to meet federal safety standards. So what you're saying is it's up to Amazon. What they're saying is it's up to Amazon to make sure that the companies that they're buying from that are selling products on their website are up to snuff federally. It's up to Amazon to do that.
Yeah. It is their platform. Just wait until Bezos gets a hold of someone and they get rid of the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Just give it a day.
They'll make this go away.
Give it a day.
They were. It says the CPSC said that Amazon was legally responsible for the recall of 400,000 products, including faulty carbon monoxide detectors.
Oh, I bought one from Amazon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a life or death thing.
Yeah.
So that's not just, my kid cut her finger off, or I got a piece of metal in something I shouldn't have a piece of metal in. That is the monoxide detector didn't work and you are dead on the floor scenario. hair dryers without electrocution protection, children's sleepwear that violates federal flammability standards, all of those things. So theoretically, that means Amazon could just sell this stuff or allow it to be sold on their website, and people could get hurt left and right, and Amazon would not be liable in any way, shape, or form. Only the people who are selling the products. And you know what the funny thing is? As I say that, it sounds crazy that Amazon would be liable for it. Now, it seems like Amazon should have some type of guideline that the vendor has to pass before they can sell those products. I mean, it should be that, or they should at least have to register the product with Amazon so that Amazon can kind of look at the product and go, well, maybe a throwing knife for 5-year-olds isn't the thing we should do here.
Like a carbon monoxide detector has to be certified, right, by somebody.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, sure it does.
But it wouldn't be Amazon. It would be some agency, the Consumer
Product Safety Commission?
Let's say that. Yeah, them.
That's the same one we're talking about.
So, I mean, if they're the one if they have a stamp on it, then Amazon's just, facilitating the sale.
Yeah. And by the way, when they argued this, Amazon did not contest the fact that the products represented a substantial hazard. Did not do that. They didn't say that, hey, look, I disagree. These products are perfectly safe. They never agreed to that at all. Basically, what they said was, that's on them. We are just a seller. It'd be like you go into a farmer's market, right? I mean, you can't hold the farmer's market liable for you getting bad vegetables. That's on the vendor.
If it's not Amazon, it's Walmart. Say you buy a fire extinguisher and, it's a faulty thing and there's a recall. You go after Kitty or whoever made that fire extinguisher.
Yeah, but you also would probably go after Walmart, right? Because, again, doesn't Walmart have some type of standard to be able to guarantee that the products they're selling are safe?
Well, if they're not testing these products.
Okay, hold on. So you get hurt hurt at a roller coaster at a theme park, and the theme park they didn't build the roller coaster, they just bought it and it was installed by the roller coaster company.
They're using it though.
Yes, and they have operators using it. In fact, there was just a lawsuit filed today from a technician at Orlando Freefall.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll be damned.
Saying that his safety concerns were not met. So in that case, I mean, they bought the roller coaster, right? They may have been assured it was safe, but then depending on how their employees treated it,
right?
And in that case, everybody gets sued.
And you also have a state inspector as well.
Yeah, their employees are supposed to inspect it as well, but they do have a state inspector that comes through every once in a while, I don't know, every 3 months or 2 months or whatever it is, to check for stress cracks and things of that nature. Amazon also alleges that the CPSC structure is unconstitutional because it lets commissioners act as judge, jury, and prosecutor.
Like I said,
in the same proceeding.
Gotta give it a day.
Now they declined to comment on this particular litigation, but I think, look, their statements made before in the early 2000s when they dealt with things like this before pretty much lead you to believe that Amazon believes that each vendor should be responsible for their products, and they're basically just a platform to buy or sell.
Yeah, remember the Tylenol scandal? This is many years ago when we were young, and it was tainted Tylenol or whatever product is being recalled.
Right.
The retailer removes it from their shelves when a recall happens.
Right.
But they're not liable for selling it. It would be Tylenol or the company.
Right. They would only be liable.
Manufactured.
They would only be liable for injuries if they knew that the product was dangerous and continued to sell the product.
But Publix isn't checking Tylenol when it comes in. They just put it on the shelf.
Yeah, you're right. They just put it on the shelf for sure. As a matter of fact, there are always recalls with products that go into grocery stores all the time. All the time. And even with, and the only thing I think that you make a very good point, I would think that the only time that, let's say Publix brand or Winn-Dixie brand or whatever, the only time that they could get in trouble for anything would be their private label stuff, like whether it be Thrifty Made or, 365 for Whole Foods, or what is it for Publix again?
Greenwise.
Yeah, Greenwise. There you
I
go.
don't know. Seems like Amazon should have...
It does seem like there should be some regulatory thing where they would have to make sure that the vendors they're doing business with are on the up and up. It does seem like there should be some check and balance there.
But it's also, these are new products that, it's like their store, you have a manufacturer, they should be responsible.
Right, yeah.
I could see this issue whether the platform being responsible in an eBay situation.
Right, yeah.
Where if they are allowing people to sell items that are recall, like the scooter you talked about. If that's a recalled item, and then it's for sale, I could see eBay being on the hook.
Somebody says here, I sell on Amazon, you have to upload test forms on certain products.
There you go.
Like maybe with certain
Yeah.
Like carbon monoxide detector.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Certain paints, whatever the case may be. Says devil's advocate here. What if you bought that carbon monoxide detector at a regular store? That store did not make the product. It's someone selling someone else's product. Don't they have a responsibility to make sure they're selling a product that's safe? And that's right. Really, I mean, Amazon is just a retailer. It's no different than Target or Walmart or CVS or whatever. I mean, they would be just as responsible. Theoretically, if you bought a used car, Deb's in the car market right now. If she bought a used car from a car dealership and, say it's a Honda and there's a Honda recall, she gets in a wreck because of that. She can't sue the used car dealership. Even though they sold her the car.
I'm going to try.
It's a factory defect.
They do.
Right, I would too, by the way.
Yeah. No, well, it's like I have cars I bought pre-owned, but I would get letters from the automaker saying, "Hey, you need to have your airbags checked."
Yeah. Yeah, and somebody said, I guess they do business online. It cost us $132,000 last year for testing their souvenir products. And I will tell you, one of the companies that my wife did business with in the past was a major. I won't give them up, but let's say a triple major seller of souvenir products, and they were hyper vigilant when it came to what was in and on and around the products when they were being sold, because they had everything to lose if something went awry.
Yeah,
it's a gigantic company, as you might imagine. Interesting. Well, we'll see how this goes. It's being litigated right now. This actually could set a very interesting precedent for retailers, to be honest with you. I mean, because if this hit and if they absolve Amazon of any responsibility, I mean, obviously that's going to echo down for every retailer out there, online or not.
Right. There's no difference between that and what Walmart's selling.
There really isn't, buddy. I mean, you made a perfectly good point with the grocery store. There really is no difference whatsoever. I mean, no different than Walmart selling a tire there that blew out. Walmart's just a tire seller. If the manufacturer has an issue, why would Walmart be liable for that?
Unless you bought the Walmart brand tires.
Right. And of course, then that's and then they have to deal with that with the manufacturer, because obviously Walmart doesn't own a tire company. They buy it from another tire company and just have it labeled Walmart. Like a lot of the products that you see in grocery stores that are off-brand products, it's still the same product.
They call that white label.
Well, it used to be What was that called?
Thing, and then you just put your name on it.
What was that called back in the day, though? It wasn't white label. What was that? Where it was just
generic?
It was generic, but there was another word for it, I thought. And I remember going to the store and seeing that for the first time, and it was wild, dude. Because it was just a whole aisle of just white. It's like green beans.
Yep.
Potatoes. Cereal. Brand cereal. And it was just a white box.
Black lettering.
And on the back it had that had the UPC code, or not even a UPC then, I don't think. It had the just the ingredients, and that's it. And the ingredients was just a cross and skull bones.
Right.
It says store brand, off brand, no name, or white label products.
Yeah, there you go.
Own brand, private brand.
Yeah, I think it was generic for us. We had a bunch of that generic food back in the day. Just as good as the old other stuff. That's what my grandmother told me. She goes, "This is just as good as the other. It's just as good as Del Monte, Jimmy."
Eat up.
First time I heard of the generic brand, I was actually my very first job, a checkout person at Food Town, and my sister was in the store shopping, and she saw me and she goes, "Hey, where are your generic brands?" And I said, and I had no idea what she was talking about, so I said, aisle 5.
Where the shampoo is.
Yeah, I had no idea.
We used to buy those generic, my grandmother used to buy those generic canned goods like crazy. Because it was like 10, 20 cents a can or whatever it was back in the day.
No frills.
No
frills.
Someone else is saying that's a possible name for it. It's the no frills.
Yeah, no
brand.
frills, right.
Private label.
Yeah.
Also texting that.
God, I was looking at potato chips. I bought a couple bags of potato chips the other day because I like sandwiches with potato chips, because I'm an American. And
you should try bread instead. It's a lot better. Easier to hold the ingredients in.
Taco shell effect times 10.
Yeah, that's true.
Man, the markup on potato chips is ridiculous. You think about what that is. That's probably 2 potatoes in a regular bag of potato chips. It's probably 2 full potatoes.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all it probably is.
Salt and oil.
For the grand total of what? A nickel for those 2 potatoes? Salt? And whatever the flavorings are, and then the packaging. How much have you bought potato chips lately?
No.
How much do you think I just paid for a bag of Ruffles sour cream and onion potato chips? And this is the regular, 10 or 18 ounce bag, or just your regular bag of chips. $5.75.
I was going to say $5.99.
$5.75, guys, for 2 fried potatoes.
Good.
What do you mean
good.
good?
That's good.
That's not good, buddy.
It is.
The
You shouldn't be eating that stuff.
The margin on that is so crazy. God, they're literally probably making $5 a bag.
Why don't you buy the ingredients and make your own?
I have done that, by the way.
You have an air fryer.
I do, but what I do is I make my own shake, and I'll buy the plain potato chips, and then that way I can make like garlic powder, smoked paprika, and I can make my own flavorings. Then you just kind of shake it in the bag and shake it up a little bit, and you have your own flavored chips. Because it sticks to everything, because every chip has just enough oil where all your flavorings stick.
You need a hobby. You should go back to playing video games.
No, I'm gonna play some. I'm gonna play some this week, I think. All right, let's take a little break. We got trivia next, so load them up. We'll do that right after this.
Do you want to play a game? Good. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is next. Call now, 407-916-1041.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Magic hit the hardwood tonight. They'll host the Rockets. Orlando's won 3 of their last 5 after snapping the Cavaliers' 16-game win streak Sunday. Florida's gearing up for the start of their NCAA tourney run. Top-seeded Gators face 16-seed Norfolk State in the West region Friday. And Shohei Ohtani hit his first homer of the season. Roki Sasaki struck out 3 in his big league debut. Dodgers swept the Cubs in Tokyo. I'm Scott Davidson.
That feeling of owning your first Mercedes-Benz is hard to believe, but it's real. From the leather stitching to the iconic design, every element of a Mercedes lives up to its reputation. See for yourself at your local dealer. Offers are waiting.
Man, here in Central Florida, it's so important that your AC or HVAC system works perfectly for you every single time, especially this time of year as we're starting to kind of ebb and flow when it comes into hot days, cold nights, which will soon turn into flaming hot days and even hotter nights sometimes. That's why Mills Air is absolutely perfect for this time of year. Their preventive maintenance program is a must, and now is the time to do it. They've been doing this for 30-plus years, guys. So, look, they understand what your home needs when it comes to your HVAC system, and their techs are awesome people. They'll never make you feel uncomfortable when they're there working on your property, and they're so knowledgeable. They know these systems inside and out. You don't even have to know what kind of AC system you have. Mills Air can repair it. But if you do need a new system, even better. These guys are Carrier factory authorized dealers. That means up to $1,275 in rebates towards that brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier, and you can certainly turn to our friends over at Mills Air. Family owned and operated, incredible service, great competitive prices as well. Call today, schedule that appointment. It's 407-277-1159. Make it online at millsair.com.
Hey guys, not feeling like yourself? Visit Game Day Men's Health, one of the nation's largest men's health clinics, specializing in testosterone replacement therapy, ED treatments, medical weight loss, and shockwave therapy, with locations in Winter Park, Lake Mary, and downtown. They can create a customized game plan for you. Set up your free testosterone test and consultation. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention 104.1 and get a second service free when you buy one. Game Day Men's Health, helping men perform and feel their best.
Beautiful spring weather is here and will be officially tomorrow. One of those few times of the year when we can finally open our windows and let that fresh air in. But your old single-pane windows and doors take all the fun out of it, right? Replace them with the beautiful designs from Renewal by Andersen. Renewal by Andersen's custom-built, energy-efficient Acclaim Impact windows and doors will not only enhance the beauty and value of your home, but also increase your comfort. Don't just take my word for it. Kathy says Renewal by Andersen did a great job. Happy with all the work. Take advantage of Renewal by Andersen's 31-day spring sale. Buy one, get one, 40% off replacement windows and patio doors, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0% interest for 12 months. Bonus, first 50 callers are going to save an additional $25 per window. Call Renewal by Andersen today for your free design consultation and say bye-bye vinyl. It's simple. Dial pound 250 from your cell phone. Again, that's pound 250. Say the keyword best windows and be connected in seconds. Official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. License number CGC 1527613.
The math ain't mathin'. RC Hill here. It's tax season and I'm freaking out. My accountant says I have too many 2024s and they must go. So right now, you could drive for just $10 down. So save your refund, because I'm paying way over appraised value for your trade regardless of miles or condition. And I'll even help you save up to $10,000 on a new Mitsubishi with a lifetime warranty. Plus at RC Hill Mitsubishi, we're all about affordability. So visit me to drive for just $10 down and save up to $10,000 on the award-winning 2024 Outlander their top safety pick 7-passenger SUV. Or the Mirage, voted best priced new car in America, starting at only $15,900 with rates as low as 0%. Plus, I've got over 200 certified used cars to choose from. But hurry, this deal's done once my accountant says I'm in the clear. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. 2 locations, DeLand and Ocala. Visit me at rchill.com. That's rchill.com.
Credit and $10 down, require bank approval. Example, 2.9 APR for 60 months. $20 per month for $1,000 finance. Offer ends March 31st.
Are you hiding your smile because of missing or damaged teeth? Solid Bite can help. With the latest techniques and technology, you'll be showing off your smile in no time. Call Solid Bite in Melbourne now to receive your free booklet. 321-259-8000.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Orlando Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by crimeline.org. Give a tip anonymously.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Don't step to me, don't step to me, don't step to me. Hip.
Regarding the old name for generic, when I lived in Connecticut, we had a store, grocery store, Wallbounds, which closed, and they turned it into a generic store. But at that time, they called it No Frills. My mom would always say No Thrills. She actually thought that's what they were called. LOL. Ha ha ha. Love you guys.
Hey, Jimmy. Richard from Castleberry. Hey, I just went to Winn-Dixie and got some Ruffles, Flamin' Hot, cheddar and sour cream Ruffles.
That's exactly what I got.
And they were $5.99. But oh my God, I'd have paid $8-9 for these. They're so freaking good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
thank you, buddy.
Have a good day.
All right. Well, buddy, I got to agree with you. That Flamin' Hot Ruffles flavor is no joke. I didn't even make it home. I cracked that bag in the truck. I'm serious as a heart attack. I cracked that bag in the truck. I'm like, I got to have this. And I was in immediately. My man, you and I bought the exact same chip.
Yeah. Probably Ruffles, right off the same shelf.
Maybe so. Ruffles were BOGO this week, man. I take advantage of that BOGO.
Well, why not?
I don't have any brand loyalty when it comes to chips. I bought Wise chips the other day. They were damn good. I hadn't had a Wise chip since I was probably 10. All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks again for tuning in today. We appreciate that very much. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
And Jack has the Jackie Sack.
All aboard.
Chugga chugga.
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
Here we go. A couple of prizes, like a pair of tickets to see Orlando City SC versus DC United. This is happening this Saturday at Inter & Co Stadium. Tickets are available at orlandocitysc.com/tickets. And if you're going to the game, join me a little earlier that day, starting at 5 p.m. at Elixir. It'll be fun. We'll get ready for the game and then head on over and watch some soccer. The other prize in the Jackie Sack today, you can actually win it before you can buy it because it actually only goes on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. I'm talking about tickets to see the Glass Animals at Mid-Florida Credit Union Amphitheater. This is happening June 19th. General on sale, as I mentioned, is this Friday at 10 a.m. If you're not familiar with the Glass Animals, get them for your kids.
Yeah, and by the way, you may not recognize the name of the band, but you will definitely recognize at least one of their songs, which was a gigantic hit a couple years ago.
Yep.
And I think they have another follow-up single that did pretty well as well. So even though you might not recognize that band, you will recognize the song.
Yeah.
For sure.
Those are the prizes in the Jackie Sack today.
Thank you, Jack. Appreciate that very much. Deb, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Let's go 2.
2 is Martin. Martin, what's going on, buddy?
I'm doing all right.
Glad to hear that.
A little laid back.
I like this guy.
I'm all right. You know, it's been an okay day.
First beer, I'm all right. Give me a few minutes. Martin, would you like to play a little game with us, buddy?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do it then.
Is he the puzzle master? Or is he the guy who's currently writing today's game? Can he be both? Let's find out. It's time for JCS Trivia.
All right, Martin, this is a real easy game, dude. I got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of these answers, Martin, it is not true. It is a lie. I'm trying to fool you. But if you can find it, I will send you over to the Jackie Sack, where Jack will gladly give you a fun prize out of his basket of goodies. Are you ready?
I will do it gladly.
Yes.
All right, here we go. It's National Poultry Day today.
All right.
That's right. Here are 3 fun facts about chickens and 1 stupid clucking lie.
Oh. Language.
Yeah, language. All right, buddy. We're talking about chickens here. Which one of these is untrue? Number 1, chickens have 20 distinct vocalizations to communicate with each other. Number 2, chickens have great memories and can recognize up to 100 faces, other chickens, and your pet cats and dogs. Number 3, chickens can dream. Or lastly, like cats, chickens purr when they're happy. Which of those is a lie?
Number 1.
Number 1 is the answer.
Yay!
Hey, how many do you think it really is, though? That was a total guess, right?
Well, now totally guess. What it was? They have what? 20 what?
It said they had 20. Didn't even know the answer. 20 distinct vocalizations to communicate with each other. Do you think it's more or less than that?
I would say a lot more.
No, it's not a lot more, but it's 30. They have 30 distinct vocalizations, and chickens can communicate with each other back and forth. And it's, look, they've studied them. Chickens are painfully smart animals.
Yes, they are.
I did not know that.
Yes, they are.
I didn't know how crazy interesting chickens were until today. Dude, let me tell you something. If you're listening out there and you really want a great surprise tonight, some fun, go just Google chickens. And this is what I write when I write trivia. Fun facts about chickens. It's that simple. And it'll give you a number of websites that have lists, and they will just tell you exactly all these. Now, a lot of them repeat the same stuff, but occasionally you'll get some information, and it will blow you away. First things first, chickens have 30 distinct vocalizations they use to communicate with each other. Everything from food is over here, I'm scared, there's trouble around the corner, I'm happy, all of that. They communicate with little clucks and ticks and noises.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. Chickens have great memories. Did not know that either. They can remember up to 100 human faces. They will also remember other chickens, and they can remember your pet cat and your pet dog. And this is after 4 or 5 months being away from them. Like, even if you separate the chicken from all of that input, it will remember it later.
So keep that in mind.
Right. And chickens have rapid eye movement. So rapid eye movement during sleep usually indicates dreaming. So they know chickens can actually dream. And then lastly, chickens purr when they're happy. When you pull them in close, or if they're having their chicks, they have this weird little barking, purring sound, and it's the same thing.
There's a lady on Instagram that shows that.
And that's exactly what they tell you to do. And they say, if you don't believe me, go to Instagram or YouTube and pump that in, and you'll be able to see exactly what they're doing. Oh, man, my computer just...
Oh, no.
Hold on one second.
Oh, I need more chicken facts. And remember, when you get home, Google your chicken.
You said facts, right?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Don't want to get you into a big trouble over here. Yeah, they're about to build that Pulse thing. Some other things you may not know about chickens before we get to the top of the hour and talk to our buddy Ross Padgett, find out what's going on for Good Sauce tonight. Chickens have amazing color eyesight. As a matter of fact, chickens can also see ultraviolet light as well. So they actually have better color seeing than human beings. Chickens have a sleep phase. Wow. Chickens have a sleep phase called USWS. Do you know what that is?
USWS.
You don't have to know what that acronym means, but just
No.
tell me what you think that is. It's the same things that dolphins have. Chickens can shut down one part of their brain and sleep while the other parts of the brain stays open so they can keep an eye open for predators.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah.
Chickens are very smart. Not only do they pass on information to their young, their flocks have a societal pecking order. They have spatial objectivity, and they've been known to worry. So chickens can worry. They understand, and they actually have they're sentient. They understand themselves. They know what they are and where they stand in the pecking order. And they do that themselves. They actually say that they have evidence that chickens talk to and kind of sing songs to their eggs.
Yeah, right.
While they're sitting on them.
So, as you enjoy your chicken for dinner tonight, just know that the meat you're eating worried.
And sang to
was killed.
And sang to its babies.
And sang to its young.
Yeah. I'm going to sing to my omelet tomorrow morning and see if it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't eat me.
Yeah.
Oh, the eggs are okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just not the chickens. Right? You're a chicken fan. You like chicken?
Yeah, it's all right.
Oh, that's right. You've started. You're now.
I'm trying.
What? Trying what?
To remove as much protein in animal form as I can.
Yeah, that's a pretty good move.
Do you do it?
No.
All right. Neither do I.
No, but I can. I can recognize what's good.
Which one could you give up the easiest?
As far as what type of...
Yeah, chicken, beef, pork. I mean, fish. Which one could you give up the easiest?
I can give up fish the easiest.
Yeah.
Because I hardly eat
I'm going to take fish out of there. Chicken, beef, or pork. Which one could you take out?
I would say pork would be next.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, same here. It's the one I probably eat the least.
Which one do you think would be the hardest to take out?
Well, chicken, I eat the most, but I like steak when I have it.
Yeah.
I don't have it as often.
Steak would be the most difficult for me to take out.
Well, I mean, you've had meat sweats where you left work and went straight to the store and bought a steak, went home, cooked it, and
Deb, that was told to you in confidence.
no, you have.
I can't believe he takes it home to eat it, unlike the chips that didn't even make it through the car ride.
Yeah, I just licked the red meat.
Oh,
I cook it with my breath. Just give me a piece of fat to gnaw on. All right, let's take a little break. Back in a sec.
Whoa.
Ross Padgett up right after this.
Do you do words good? Prove it. The Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Follow Real Radio 104.1, tap the microphone, and speak.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
The right lane's blocked on the Greenway southbound over Lake Jessup Bridge. Move over and slow down if you see emergency vehicles or police activity on the roadways. Traffic slowing down on all the major roadways tonight at the Ramp Junction where Florida's Turnpike meets State Road 429. There's bumper-to-bumper traffic on I-4 westbound between State Road 535 and heading through that World Drive area. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Tools Ace Hardware carries the best brands and grills out there, guys. Weber, unbelievable. Big Green Egg, of course, legendary. Traeger and Napoleon. And speaking of Traeger and Napoleon, these guys have the new lineup of those grills. The Traeger Woodridge grill, unbelievable. The Napoleon Prestige and Rogue models, also straight up professional grills. The entire cooking area gets super hot and stays that way the entire time. Pizza ovens from Uni and Gosney, and also Pollywood outdoor furniture, which hardly anybody cares. But let me tell you, man, this stuff is amazing. Made from recycled plastic, virtually indestructible, but it won't fade in the Florida sun. You can keep it out there and it stays looking great forever. But they also have service techs for grills for any repair or warranty issues. They even get free assembly and local delivery on any backyard purchase, $3.99 and up. It's Tools Ace Hardware, 13 convenient locations right here in Central Florida, or you can choose to shop online at acehardware.com. Get that free in-store pickup or delivery. It's Tools Ace, your local helpful place.
Sunnyside Electric.
Hi, I've got a circuit breaker that keeps popping.
Okay, let me go online to get you scheduled.
That's great. Come on, what kind of a low-tech operation is this?
Here we go.
You've got mail.
I should have called Frank Gay.
When you have an electrical problem, you want a licensed and insured technician with the latest tools and technology to complete the job right. That's the Frank Gay way.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Attention.
If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
Hey Orlando, Joe Rossi here for Greenway Kia. You know, one of the things that sets us apart from other Kia dealers is how much we can offer for your trade. When you bring us your car, over 40 Greenway dealerships compete for it, ensuring you get the best possible offer, as much as $10,000 over Kelley Blue Book value. So come see how much your trade is worth today, because we want to see you in a Kia. From Greenway Kia, visit greenwaykias.com.
All factory rebates to dealer, negative equity refinance.
Can you trust your home flooring needs to a 17-year-old kid that was in the paint department yesterday? No! Deal directly with Corey, the owner at Core Flooring. He'll beat anyone's price guaranteed. Core Flooring in Winter Park. Online at coreflooringfl.com.
This earful of Real Radio is sponsored by Rebath.com.
Kevin, why is my auto insurance so expensive? I need to switch because my company raised my rates again.
I hear you, Jay. I had the same problem, but then I called Acceptance. They saved me hundreds on my car insurance.
Really?
Yes, Acceptance was great. They did all the work comparing different plans and found me the best payment options that fit my budget.
Do you have their number?
Sure do. 800-606-7049. 800-606-7049.
Why pay more for auto insurance? Acceptance Insurance has offices in your neighborhood, and one call to Acceptance could save you up to 30% on your car insurance. 800-606-7049. Let Acceptance shop for you. By comparing and finding the best rates, you could save up to 30%. 800-606-7049. 800-606-7049. Acceptance Insurance. We shop, you save. Restrictions apply based on Q1 2024 study of Acceptance Insurance customers who reported saving when they switched. License number L012294.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Get Factory Direct custom-made impact windows installed before hurricane season starts. Hi, Sealand here for Reese Windows and Doors, where they've been installing affordable, high-quality impact windows for over 50 years. At Reese, most impact windows are installed in just 6 to 8 weeks, and now you can win them for free. Just text the word WOW to 20129 for your chance to win $15,000 in new impact windows from Reese Windows. Text WOW to 20129.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news. We offer HELOCs and home equity lines of credit with scores as low as 640. Find out if you're qualified today at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
New Nissans from 18.9. It's Savings Mania at Sutherland Nissan Orlando.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Live from the JustCallMo.com studios. Got questions after an accident? Just call Mo. Visit JustCallMo.com or dial 1-800-CALL-MO. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. An iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free, new, and improved iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Sounds like chicken.
Good afternoon, morning, Colbert Carew. All right, Jack, there you have it. Show title, Jimmy's Bad Meat Breath. Shout out to all of you out there with your minds in the gutter. Big T out.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks again for tuning in today. We appreciate that as we do every single day. You can check us out online, JimColbertLive.com. Missed any of the segments today, you can grab those. We had a great interview yesterday with Maria Comstock. You can go check that out as well. Scott Maxwell's segment, Animal House, all of those are available at JimColbertLive.com.
Just posted Scott's.
Yeah, very nice.
And now I'll post Ross's.
That's right. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Hello.
And speaking of Ross, you guys give it up good and loud. Tonight at 8 o'clock, it's Good Sauce with Ross and Joel. Let's find out what's going on with Mr. Ross Magic.
You gotta get the energy going straight to 12 out of 10 whenever I'm coming here on Wednesday, 6 o'clock. I always appreciate the boom, the bang, the chapow of a beginning. I'm happy to be back.
Chapow.
Good to have you back, buddy. And thanks for sitting in while I was gone. I really appreciate that.
He was awesome.
Very kind of you.
Oh, man. We had a lot of fun. So tonight's episode, let's talk about it real fast. I know this about Jack Bradshaw. Jack,
yes,
you were on this week's episode. What did we talk about?
Oh man, we talked we talked about babies and popcorn.
See, babies and popcorn. So far, so good.
Bourbon and
Bourbon.
beer.
All right, all the bees.
Fireworks. Actually, no. I think I hit one. We talked about fireworks.
He made up a lot of that.
Yeah.
Right?
We hit
none of that.
I've known him long enough to know that half of this is made up.
Yeah. We talked about fireworks, the villages, and here's one: rowing against stereotypes.
Going against or rowing?
Rowing against, or just counter stereotypes.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay,
when you encounter things that are the opposite of what the stereotype
Got
is.
it. How close is he?
Oh, you know what? He got it back on track at the end. We did not talk about beer. We did not talk about bourbon, but we did talk about celebrating, when things just are shattering stereotypes. Like the fact that my wife is a vegan, super vegan, over a decade-long vegan, yet she jumps out of a Ford F-150 with a little black dress.
Yeah.
I enjoy those things. I'm always on the hunt for things that break the stereotypes, and I'm here to tell you what broke my stereotype that I talked to Jack on this episode.
Oh, I'm dying to know this.
I had a show down in the Villages. You know that place.
Loofaville.
They're a couple of hard sneezes away from a population update. But the Villages are the number one entity in my life of recent that broke and shattered all the stereotypes.
I love this. So you did some stand-up down there. Obviously, you were mixing it up with the people down there in the Villages, and you had a better idea of what they were all about, really. Because all you just hear about stuff as a Central Floridian. It's almost like a separate world over there.
You see a clip that goes viral of the cutest little golf cart accident, and
Right.
you keep strolling. They're a little tense over there in the Villages. Well, at least they were for a couple of years. Just seeing on the feeds of like, they care about their politics over there. But I was booked at the Villages at the Millhouse Playhouse Stillhouse. I know I just butchered that, but it was a movie theater, Jim.
That's cool.
I sold out a movie theater.
Oh,
and I said,
sold it out.
Yay!
Look at this guy.
Now, I want to throw this out here, though. There is some very funny things when you do stand-up comedy down at the Villages. First and foremost, you will need an intermission. Why? Bathroom breaks. They need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
All right. The second thing I thought was hilarious, and first and probably last, unless I get booked again next year, which I think I might because it went great. The very first thing that started off the show was a Pledge of Allegiance, and we all sang, "I'm proud to be an American."
Yeah. Is that the lead? Is that Lee Greenwood?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so far, so good. Sounds like the perfect comedy show for me.
Now, exactly. I'm not saying I hate or love the song. I'm just saying I've never had that song booked as a host before on a comedy show.
Hey, for people who don't know what the Villages is, who listen from out of the area, it's a retirement community just west of Orlando that's very popular, one of the fastest growing areas in all the U.S.
I mean, retirement community is an understatement. It's retirement world.
Yeah,
You
it
imagine, remember the first time you walked into a Bass Pro Shops and you're like, damn, dude, this place is, wow.
Exactly.
This thing is huge. That's the Villages, but with old people instead of sea bass, you know?
Exactly right.
So I'll tell you this, and I'll spoil one of the stories that I got to share to Jack. This is what also shattered the stereotype. Everyone knows about the loofahs. To all the people who don't know, word got out a couple of years ago that everything is loofah color coded on people's golf carts around in the Villages. If you have a black loofah, that means you into this. If you have a pink loofah, that means you like two of them. If whatever, I don't know what the definition is. I don't know the color code.
It's supposed to be an indicator of what you like sexually.
I think pink is soft swapping.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, red's everything.
So I'll pretend to know what soft swapping is. That could be real sad or really fun, depending on your definition of soft swapping. What I'm trying to say is that I, a couple of years ago, came to grips with going, if the loofah thing was true, it's no longer the case. I've been to the Villages before. I've never seen the loofahs. I've talked to villagettes. The loofah thing is not true. Stereotype shattered. But that means there's a void, a hole to be filled when it comes to the stereotype. What loofah is that? What I'm trying to say is that before my comedy show, I go out to a bar, I get an old fashioned by a Japanese dude who's also slinging sushi.
Yeah. All right. So far, so good.
To my left, I think someone throws Snake Eyes playing Jumanji because I got a stage 5 cougar on her second dirty martini. All right.
Yeah. I'm leaning into this.
I look at her, I go, hey, can I ask you something? She goes, yeah, what's all right. I go, is the loofah thing, talk to me about the loofah thing. She goes, the loofah thing is not true. The loofah thing hasn't, at least since I've been here, and I've been here for a while, I've never seen the loofah thing happen. But I will tell you what's really happened.
Oh, and now I'm really leaning in.
Come on.
Yeah. This is a 2 dirty martini confession here. I like this.
This is going to get good.
She looks over her shoulder, and then she looks back at me and goes, you see that bar over there? Go there at 10:30 at night, and you tell me what you think of what happens down at City Fire. City Fire. Now that is the stereotype that Central Florida should know.
Okay.
The loop thing, not true.
Okay.
But the things that go down over at City Fire, and it's this restaurant, I'm putting them on blast.
Okay.
They know.
All
right. Everything gets weird over at City Fire because it's the only bar, pub, restaurant still open. They closed the latest. They closed at 11.
I was about to say, when you said 10:30 and it was still open, I was surprised. I mean, if you read anything about the Villages, one of the big things that people get used to when they move there is the fact that everybody shuts down at 9 o'clock.
That's why 10:30 is so important because
yeah.
there's only 30 minutes left.
You got to get it down quick.
All of a sudden, mojitos start getting thrown down. People are figuring out what they're doing from 11 o'clock to 11:22, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean.
City Fire, breaking news. City Fire is the new loofah stereotype if you want to get up to date on Central Florida 2025.
All right, so,
Bada bang, boom, bang.
So loofah, urban legend, City Fire, straight fire.
The City Fire, straight fire, it's just like fire, Johnny Cash, fire.
Hey, was this young lady or this mature lady cute, or was she, did she look like she'd been at the Villages for a little bit? Did she look like she'd had too many trips to City Fire?
Great question. Her face was wonderful. She had this cougar had a beautiful face, but the problem is neck. The neck.
Oh yeah.
The neck is the male, female. It's like the rings of a tree. You look at the neck. The more stiffed out arm, elbow skin it is, the more it's like, you saw Disco.
Yeah. The thing is when those women get the facelifts, right? Their face gets pulled taut, right? And it's great. You look at their face, but when the story is told below the chin. That is true.
That's the thing. But that's all going down in episode 48 with Jack. And also, I'll leave you a really good topic. I was really proud of this when we found it, Jack. What is the best episode on a 10-episode show? Do you guys understand the question?
I know exactly what
Jack,
you're talking
help me
about.
out.
Yeah. So exactly, if you have
for Severance for you, it would be the 5th episode.
No,
because you said I watched episode 4, and you told me that 5th one was a game changer.
The 4th one was really important. I think it's like 3rd or 4th. I think you kind of establish your storylines. Then you need a kicker to fuel you for the rest of the season. So I think 3 or 4. And Ross, if I'm not wrong, I believe talked about the penultimate episode. The second to last one being the biggest, most important.
Oh, I can't imagine that would be the case. I mean, you.
Okay, well, my argument then, please.
Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry, we're out of time. You're gonna have to tune in.
Yeah,
tonight
we're
at
out
8.
of time. yeah, tonight at 8. Absolutely. But great question, and it's a great discussion. I do go with the penultimate. I go with 9 because I think audiences got groomed to expect everything happening at 10, and production companies and producers started exploiting all of the drama in that second to last episode.
Yeah.
That's a hot take, but I'm feeling it.
Let me hit you with the hottest take of all. I think the first episode is the most important.
The pilot?
The valid answer.
The first episode is the most important. That's where you learn about the key characters. Now, they will add characters, but usually the drama is set in the first or second episode, so they kind of dive into and develop the other characters that create the story. So as you reach to that penultimate episode, you have a story to tell and end up. That's my take.
Now, Deb, I need your take. What's the best episode on a 10-episode series?
I'm going to go with you guys second to last because I think that's when you get like your cliffhangers. That's when you get like.
I wish you weren't wrong.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of that vibe, and there's a lot of that debate, and a lot of big laughs from Jack, man. Jack felt all of the effects of good sauce.
Very nice.
He understood the flavor of some good sauce after tonight. It was a lot of fun. Thank you so much, Jack, for swinging by.
Thank you. Tonight at 8 o'clock, along with Ross and Joel and Renato. Jack is the special guest tonight, so check out Good Sauce, 8 o'clock. If you miss any of it tonight, you can actually go straight to the iHeartRadio app and not only listen to tonight's episode, but you can listen to all the episodes. There's got to be like 45 of them or so now.
48.
48?
Absolutely.
I'll be damned.
Yeah, there's 48 episodes. My God, we're almost out of year.
Yeah, and I think the 45th is the most important one.
Oh, God. God, I wish you were on that episode, man. Whatever. Don't get me started.
All right, there he is. Ross Padgett. Good luck. Good Sauce tonight at 8 o'clock. And again, you can always check that out on the iHeartRadio app. Have a good one, Big Dog. Yeah, flex for us. Colonel Mustard.
Much love.
All right, buddy. We'll see you. Go find yourself a coug. All right, 407-916-1041. Back in a sec.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by MyEternalVitality.com and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James Miguel and Ken. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
There's a crash on Orange Blossom Trail northbound before Oak Ridge Road. An accident on I-4 eastbound at County Road 557. The left lane's blocked there. Expect bumper-to-bumper traffic on Colonial Drive where it meets Magnolia Avenue. The right lane's blocked. Emergency crews are clearing up an accident on State Road 408 westbound at Bumby Avenue. Traffic slowing down on all the major roadways tonight, so travel with caution. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by ePass and SunPass.
Attention, Florida drivers. If you get a text claiming you have an outstanding toll payment, it could be part of a nationwide scam attempt. To protect yourself from fraud, ePass and SunPass urge you not to click on any link sent via text. Stop. Think. Don't click that link.
Hey, everybody. Jim Colbert here for my friends over at Eustace Roofing. Love these guys. You will as well. The minute they come to your property, you'll know you hired the right crew. They've been doing it since 1959, 65 years in the roofing business. You got to be doing something right when you've been doing it that long. In 2021, they were the National Roofing Company of the Year. And look, again, when you meet these guys, you'll know exactly why. And you can't believe that they didn't win it every year. They're just good at what they do. And they're very affable people as well. No interest financing is available. They serve all of Central Florida, and they are metal roofing experts. They actually will manufacture your metal roof on site. It's EustaceRoofing.com. Call today to schedule your free estimate. Again, that's EustaceRoofing.com.
Our iHeartRadio Music Awards celebrated the music and artists you've loved listening to all year on iHeartRadio. Brought to you by Jeep.
It's now streaming on Hulu for a limited time.
Bad Bunny,
Billie Eilish,
Glorilla,
Kenny Chesney,
Money Long,
Nelly,
your host, LL Cool J,
plus Lady Gaga,
Mariah Carey,
Gracie Abrams,
and iHeartRadio's Tour of the Century Award, honoring Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Streaming now on Hulu.
Guys, make the most of your spring. Visit the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. That's the only place where you can meet an astronaut, touch a moon rock, stand nose to nose with the real spatial Atlantis, and more. Launch into bold new territory this spring at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. Look, man, if you haven't been out there, this is really so awesome. And again, if we just got through watching the touchdown yesterday, if you want to see all that stuff live and up close and the history of our space program, it's all right there in living color. So much fun. If you haven't been over, you got to go check it out. This spring is a perfect time to do that. Get all the information you need plus your tickets at KennedySpaceCenter.com.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
Why go to just another sports bar when you can go to Crush Yard? The food, amazing. The drinks, top shelf. Craft beers, a gajillion of them. And then the big surprise, pickleball, all indoor on pristine new courts. So that's it, right? Wrong, because we've also got ping pong, cornhole, and a full arcade for the kids. So, Kissimmee, when the temps rise, cool off with the best food, games, and fun at the hottest new spot in town. Visit CrushYard.com and follow us on social for details. See you down at the yard.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Life is full of uncertainties, but finding the right lawyer shouldn't be one of them. At TK Law, we believe divorce doesn't have to tear your family apart. Our collaboratively trained attorneys work to help guide you through the process with solutions that protect what matters most: your family, your future, and your peace of mind. With the right guidance, you can move forward with confidence. Find a lawyer that truly cares. Visit onefirmforlife.com to learn more about your options today. TK Law, one firm for life.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Want to win $15,000 in new Impact windows from Reese Windows? Pick up your phone and text the word WOW to 20129. That's WOW to 20129.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Can you trust your home flooring needs to a 17-year-old kid that was in the paint department yesterday? No! Deal directly with Corey, the owner at Core Flooring. He'll beat anyone's price guaranteed. Core Flooring in Winter Park. Online at coreflooringfl.com.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news, commercial and SBA loan rates are falling too. Get a quote to refinance your business loan today at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
With that mortgage guy, Don.com.
We know you're loving the new preset feature on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yeah, it's my favorite new thing.
But did you know that you can make almost anything a preset? Your favorite local station, sure. But your favorite podcast, that amazing playlist you made for free, even iHeart stations you can't get on the radio, like Deep Cuts, The Vinyl Experience, and 70s and 80s Rock Ride.
That's a game changer.
Whatever you choose, it's as easy as a tap to make a preset. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
Look to Orange Buick GMC for your next truck at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
This is a long but very interesting chicken fact. If you have friends that are allergic to cats, if they eat the eggs of chickens that are raised around cats, apparently the chicken body makes an antibody sort of substance that is present in the eggs that acts as an antihistamine and will sort of allow people who are allergic to cats to be more tolerant of being around cats.
That is crazy.
Crazy cool.
Yeah. Chickens are badass.
I need to get me some chicken befriending cat eggs. Wait,
I wish
cat
they-
befriending chicken eggs.
I wish they didn't taste so good.
Chicken or cats?
Chicken.
Oh.
Because now after learning more about them here on National Poultry Day, I feel kind of bad being such a fan. The guy said earlier, he says if you have like if you get like 4 or 5 chickens and they're around you for a certain amount of time, like when you go outside, they will literally hop up in your lap like a puppy.
Yeah.
Like they're very loving, like cuddly animals.
Kinder World is one of the videos I love on Insta.
Oh, really?
And they just go through all the different animals that turkeys that hug,
Yeah.
and ducks and
Yeah.
chickens.
You weren't here Monday, but I told a story about a guy I played golf with who got attacked by a donkey. And
Really?
that donkey effed him up. Like, I mean, bad. Like, tried to kill him, like stomp him out and stuff. And it's weird because all the videos you see on Insta with donkeys is like the cutest, loving things, but they don't like coyotes. They don't like dogs.
I mean,
They're very territorial.
That's why most every rancher I drive
Yeah.
by has a couple in the field with
For
their
sure.
with their cows.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show here on Real Radio 104.1. I am Jim. That's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Yeah, he is.
Did you happen to check out any of the iHeart Music Awards by any chance?
Yeah, some of them, yeah.
Man, I got to tell you. Yeah, again. And the reason I bring this up is because, I thought the performances were incredible. Taylor Swift, Nelly's was probably my favorite. He goes through a medley of all of his hits. But Lady Gaga was up there. Mooney Long and Tori Kelly did a medley of songs because they gave an award to Mariah Carey.
Yeah, the Icon Award.
And it was weird because Mariah Carey was there and she was like lipping along with the songs. But that must have been really weird. Iconically, one of the greatest voices in pop music history. And these two girls did a great job. But I mean, there's nobody's Mariah.
I saw Mariah like singing along, and I'm like, "Hey, honey, look, she knows the words."
Yeah.
My wife is like, "She wrote the song." Like, I know.
Billie Eilish was there. Matter of fact, Billie Eilish, I guess, and Gracie Abrams have been friends since they were like 14, 15 years old.
Oh, I didn't
And
know that.
They're like singing songs back and forth to each other. And look, the
was
show,
cool.
the show was great. It went off on time. It was perfect. And the reason I bring this up, and I'm so proud of it for being a member of the iHeart family, and then us doing something so cool on a national stage right there on Fox Television, that they're replaying it on Hulu. So if you missed any of it, you can actually go to Hulu and check it out.
Yeah, it's on demand. You have a little time to watch it, but it won't stay up there forever. So go see it. But what's cool is I missed the first 15 minutes. I heard about the Lady Gaga speech that, Larry texted me. He's like, wow, that speech was amazing.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, oh, I got to put it on. And so that, and also I wanted to see the Nelly performance. I haven't seen it yet. So
It's
now,
badass.
now I can watch it on Hulu.
Yeah, Bad Bunny and Glorilla did a number as well. So you
And
can
SZA as well, yeah.
Did you see Bad Bunny, that fall, that trust fall he did?
No, I didn't.
Oh, so the stage.
That's funny. I saw him in his big ass coat.
Oh, yeah, that's where he started. So he was up top of that thing, but then he goes back up, and there's people like in, that little square thing that they built, like a little pit area, and he's up, and he turns around, and then he just drops back.
Damn.
That was like, I don't know how, 5-6 feet.
It was no joke.
That's a big trust fall.
Yeah. That guy's kind of, I say he's blowing up. Like Jana was saying the other day, he's blown up. He's one of the biggest stars in all of music, not even just Latino music. The guy's just a massive star.
Yeah.
But he actually turns out to be like a really cool guy. He does really well on SNL. He loves comedy. He's about to be in that Sandler movie. And you got to remember, this guy is a massive star, and he took the role as a caddy. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? The caddy is usually the secondary kind of guy.
Right.
And Bad Bunny, one of the biggest stars in the world, steps in to do that. So maybe he's humble as well. It'd be kind of fun if he was,
Yeah.
So anyway, check it out on Hulu. It's streaming. If you haven't checked it out, I like you to do so because the live performances are pretty darn good. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. There's a bit of a mystery out there, guys. And I want to see if we can kind of come to a conclusion of what this could be because I have no idea. Do you remember that ice chunk that fell through the house in Palm Coast?
Yes.
By the way, did you hear how big this piece of ice was?
It was
6 by 3 feet.
What?
A 6 by 3 foot piece of ice came crashing down through a roof in Palm Coast in early February, so a couple months ago. And what was the big story? Do you remember the story?
Yeah, that it was said to have come from an airplane that was traveling overhead.
It's February. Obviously airplanes flying down from everywhere. We've had a pretty brutal winter north of here. They've had some pretty nasty storms. So it wouldn't make that big of a deal. We know planes ice all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's a part of flying. And the story is, obviously, it was a piece of ice that fell off an airplane. We're so happy no one got hurt. Blah, 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 blah. Off we go.
Right.
Where's the mystery?
What caused it? What caused it to fall off?
Yeah.
Now, I thought they were theorizing that it's coming from a higher, colder altitude, and when it drops down to, as it starts to come in for a landing in a warmer altitude, it starts to melt, and that's what falls off the wing.
Yeah.
And I would hope it's that and not poo-poo water.
Yeah. Except here's the problem.
What's that?
They've determined it did not come from an airplane.
What?
Yeah.
It did not come from an airplane. They have determined that it did not come from an airplane. The FAA has ruled that out. They contacted airlines whose aircraft were operating in that area when the incident occurred. Inspections of those aircraft did not find evidence of water leaks that could have caused ice to form on the outside of the aircraft. No one was inside this home when the ice fell, so nobody got hurt, but nobody knows where the ice came from.
You can't, if you don't know, you can't sue.
Right. What could that even...
The space station? Where's it coming from?
They're going to test the water now to see if it has other contaminants in it to see where it came from.
But what could it be, though, guys? A 3 foot by 6 foot piece of ice just doesn't hover in the sky. I don't know of one weather anomaly that would allow a piece of ice that big and that heavy to just kind of float around in space until it decided to fall. Where could that even possibly be? I literally do not understand how that couldn't be from an airplane. What other possibilities are there? Did somebody launch it from a trebuchet?
Ice wouldn't make it through re-entry without melting.
It would not.
So it's no longer ice.
It would not.
So what else is up there besides what? A weather balloon? UFO? Drone?
Wouldn't those be? Well, I guess that would be weather balloon. You would already know if a weather balloon was there.
Yeah.
Could it be one of the SpaceX rockets? As it was coming, you just said that if it was coming back in, it would melt. It would melt. Even coming in from outer space, as it goes through the atmosphere, it gets hot, really hot.
Yeah.
We saw that yesterday with a capsule. In space, dead
Toasted.
white.
Yeah.
Come back, it looks like a marshmallow.
Yeah, that's why when they said it wasn't from an airplane, I was like, well, then you got to give us some idea of where it came from, because where else could it come from? Not a helicopter.
Nope, not a helicopter.
Wouldn't come from a Cessna.
No, because the helicopter wouldn't go far up enough to create the conditions that would make a block of ice that size.
And I don't believe there was a launch, and even if there was, could the ice make it to a home in Palm Bay?
No, Palm Coast.
Palm Coast. So no, it could be from a launch.
Yeah, that's what, north of St. Augustine up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it doesn't take long. When a rocket goes up and starts, going the way they go.
Yeah, but I mean,
it wouldn't be till it's far over that. I don't think
it wouldn't create it on the rocket.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not.
Right.
It's Florida.
Yeah.
I mean, we launch them from the Space Center over there, where it's definitely never ever cold enough to have a 6-foot block of ice stuck to anything.
Unless it's coolant from the rocket.
Yeah. So maybe you're saying it's not water at all.
Oh.
Well, they do say it's water, and that's why they're going to be testing it to see what contaminants, if any, they can find in it to pinpoint where it came from.
Yeah, this far in, you think they would have tested it already.
Well, maybe they just determined it wasn't from an airplane. They're actually, the first thing they did was contact the FAA to see if there were any airplanes flying in the area that had issues that could cause this to happen.
And they did inspect the planes that they said that there were 2 flights that did go over this particular path. Both airplanes were inspected. Neither were found to have any leaks of any of their, water lines. So they said it didn't come from these 2 planes, and these were the only 2 flying overhead at the time.
And planes have de-icing mechanisms as it is when they fly, right? Like they can release a substance that helps melt the ice while they're flying if they find ice buildup on the flaps or something.
I know they do on the ground when they're at the airport. They have a spray that they'll spray on it so that the planes can take off during winter weather.
But I thought they had some type of system that could actually deploy that while they were flying if need be. But I'm not 100 on that, of course. I'm not 100 on anything. That's what makes me good at this. I have so many questions.
And so few answers.
It really is amazing, though. Like, I mean, no clue where this came from. And look, I guess when you say 6x3, it could be like a big icicle because Jack's lived up north. I mean, have you ever? Yeah, you've lived in Wisconsin, so you understand that you can get some gargantuan icicles on the side of houses and buildings.
Not the size of a grown man. 6 foot.
Yeah, but we don't know how big around it is. I mean, it could be like 6 foot, like a baseball bat, like a that comes down to a point like that.
I remember covering it. We had talked about that. They had described it and said it was like a full grown man, like 6 feet.
Oh my God!
What were the dimensions? You said it was like.
I just bought a bag of ice last night. It was like 16-pound bag of ice. It would have been just like half my torso. So that would have been a block of ice my size would weigh a lot. I mean, I don't know how many gallons that is. 8 pounds a gallon. You figure it's what 10, 15 gallons. So a couple 100 pounds, 150, 180 pounds.
Crashing through your roof,
Yeah,
thankfully landing in the laundry room.
And it had to come from a high enough distance, create enough speed to actually make it through a roof.
Right.
Which is 3/4 inch plywood plus all the shingles and other stuff.
And it was a metal roof.
even crazier.
Yeah.
I do not know the answer to that.
I don't either. Hell, the FAA doesn't.
But that's intriguing AF. It really is. It says other situations, he said, would not have produced a chunk nearly as large. A retired commercial airline pilot reached by phone Wednesday struggled to come up with an alternative explanation. Like nobody knows why. I mean, even seasoned pilots don't know what the hell's going on. Don't even have a guess of what this could be.
Because what else could it be? It has to come from an airplane.
I mean, look, Jack. I mean, you're right because Jack makes a very good point. And let's say if it was a satellite or something that as it was on, or maybe one of the rockets as it went up, it formed ice. But it's Florida, and even in February, ice isn't going to survive, and it would not make it through the atmosphere without burning up.
Correct. I think it's a plane.
It says the entire outside of the rocket where liquid oxygen tank is always frozen solid, and you can see it falling out, especially on the Saturn launches. It's totally possible. So I guess they're right there. That maybe when you factor in the liquid oxygen of it, maybe it could super cool it.
I'm trying to think. Do rockets don't go that way? Though.
Exactly.
But they would know if there was a rocket launch that day.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I mean, again, if they went to the FAA and see if there were planes flying over, theoretically they would do the same thing with that. Yeah.
And again, the color of it looked like water.
So it was clear. It wasn't like it had no tint to it whatsoever.
Didn't look like that blue boo-boo water.
Yeah,
you worry that you don't want that hitting your house. You don't want Flight 97's boo-boo water landing in your bedroom.
You don't want any numbered flights,
No.
boo-boo water.
No boo-boo water.
And then we'll end it up with this. I mean, did you hear about what happened in Mexico City? They did something to make you very happy, Deborah.
What?
What could Mexico City do that would make you very happy?
Something with Coco? The movie Coco? No?
It has nothing to do with a Disney movie.
Damn.
What could it be? What could have Mexico City what could they have done to make you very happy? And if I say one word, you'll know exactly what it is.
Cigarettes?
No. Outlaw.
Outlaw?
Josie Wells. They outlawed
animal
cruelty.
Ooh.
No.
Pet stores.
Butt lifts.
Bullfighting.
Bullfighting, yay!
Yeah. Mexico City outlawed bullfighting. And let me tell you.
Yes.
Mexico City isn't happy.
Of course not.
They are. This is a massive cultural thing there, and it lost by a bunch. Like, it lost 61-1. It lost. So I guess they are just sick and tired of dealing with that, and maybe the cruelty issue has come to its final fruition.
Hopefully.
Mexico City lawmakers voted Tuesday to overwhelmingly ban violent bullfighting, triggering outrage from aficionados and celebration from animal rights activists. It was approved by a 61-1 vote. That one guy, really upset.
I bet, yeah.
That dude is really got a whole bunch of spears he was looking to use.
We had a good family friend who was a bullfighter.
Really?
Yeah, his name was Loco.
Oh, really? Yeah, you have to
Which
be.
means correct. Yeah, he was gored twice by a bull.
Yeah, that is the most.
Once right through the pelvis and carried around the arena.
There are so many still photographs of that thing where you see a bull's horn and it's about halfway gone.
Yep.
And you wonder where the other half is, and then you figure it out.
Yep.
And you're like, oh my Jesus.
But it is a
That guy's-
cruel sport.
That guy's never going to wipe the same. Never going to wipe the same. What do you
Don't
have
sneeze.
What do you have for you heard it here first?
Florida lawmakers consider increasing the speed limit.
All right. God almighty. Not what's going to matter here.
I know exactly. If you're going 90, you're going too slow. Injuries in a gas leak explosion at the Orlando VA Medical Center and the best state for doctors. We'll talk
really?
about that. Yeah, all next coming during You Heard It Here First.
You got it. All right, let's take a little break. We'll come back. Do you heard it here first and get the hell out of here on a Wednesday.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. You know, at Fox 35, we love these beautiful spring days with bright sunshine and highs in the mid-80s, and that's exactly what we're going to see today. The humidity will be low. It's going to be one of those great days. Tonight down to the 50s. Tomorrow, low 80s, but then we've got a couple of showers coming in during the afternoon associated with a cold front. In fact, by Friday, we're going to only top out around 73, but it'll get warm again this weekend. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here from my friends over to the Nickley Group. This is an elite group of realtors here in Central Florida that are all about one thing and one thing only, and that is maximizing the value of your most valuable asset. That is your home. And you need to know a couple things, guys. Real estate markets, they're very local. That means it's very specific to each area. And here in Central Florida, prices for homes are still going for top dollar. That's why you need professionals handling your most valuable asset. That is the Nickley Group. On average, they get about 6% more for their homes than their competitors, and they get that money faster than their competitors, twice as fast, actually. And again, when you throw in their VIP program, it's almost unfair to other realtors. You're talking about free appraisals, free home warranties, free moving trucks and supplies. You could even get a guaranteed cash offer for your home right on their website. No showings, no open houses. That deal can close as little as 14 days, even instant home value right there on their website. Hop on board, man. These guys are great. If you have a home and you're looking to maximize your dollar, it's the NickleyGroup.com. That's NICKLEY Group.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is Noel from Stuff They Don't Want You to Know. If you could lose 10.4 pounds in a single month, would you try? Well, with Future Health, you can.
That's right. Future Health gives millions access to affordable meds like Ozempic and semaglutide for less than $3 a day.
You just take a quick 3-minute survey, and if approved, boom, your meds are delivered right to your door within 24 hours for free.
I've personally used these medications and found that it really helped me get an edge on appetite suppression when paired with diet and exercise, something that I always struggled with.
Get this, there's also no insurance needed, so no insurance headaches, and everything is online, which means no doctor visits.
Find out if these medications are right for you in just 3 minutes at tryfh.com.
Tryfh.com.
Results vary based on start weight and adherence to diet, exercise, and program goals.
Data based on independent studies sponsored by Future Health.
Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Meds are prescribed at provider's discretion.
Did you know that 40% of adults can't explain what a tax deduction is?
I can't either.
Well, we're here to help. I'm Leah Palmieri.
And I'm Matt Stillo.
And this season on Grown Up Stuff, we're making taxes way less scary.
There's no other time in life where you're like, am I going to get back $4,000 or am I going to owe $10,000? It's like the crappiest casino.
Listen to Grown Up Stuff on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Grown Up Stuff and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Hey guys, it's Eliza. Get ready for me.
Eliza, the Get Ready Tour.
You know when you're eating and you take like one extra bite too much and you can feel yourself gain weight? Because your bra gets tight. I call it the thickening. Marriage is every morning for the rest of your life, waking up next to someone and having to hear a full report of how that person slept.
March 30th, inside Hard Rock Event Center at Seminole Hard Rock Tampa. For tickets, go to hardrocktampa.com.
Allergies are torture, but Exact from Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you beat your allergies for good. Exact is clinically proven to give long-term, lasting allergy relief in 3 injections. That's right, allergy relief in 3 injections. No matter how long you've suffered, no matter what else you've tried, with 3 injections, you can experience relief from your allergies. Exact from Aspire Allergy and Sinus. Go to aspireallergy.com to book your appointment today. aspireallergy.com.
When it comes to deciding what you ride, nobody's going to convince you that there's anything better than a Harley. Case closed. The judge and jury event is in session at Space Coast Harley-Davidson. So make your ruling and trade in and trade up to a new Harley. Right now, buy a new Harley and get NADA retail for your trade. Shop anytime at SpaceCoastHarley.com. Here come the judge. Make your decision at Space Coast Harley-Davidson.
Here in Orlando, we know life doesn't slow down for anything, especially a broken garage door. Since 2002, Precision Garage Door has been proudly serving the Orlando community. Local and reliable, that's what makes them different. Their vans are fully stocked, so when you call, their fully vetted techs are ready to provide you with same-day service. Whether it's a stuck door or a snap spring, they have you covered right when you need it most. We know a broken garage door can't wait, which is why we're always prepared to help by keeping our vans fully stocked. Call Precision Garage Door today or visit them online at PrecisionGarageDoor.com. Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right.
Need help navigating your will or trust? Visit OneFirmForLife.com today for your free consultation.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan.
Time to look ahead with our friends from TK Law who want us to look ahead. We're going to look ahead what's happening on Real Radio tomorrow morning on the Monsters in the Morning, a Thursday edition. That means Daisy Del Toro will join the boys for some Thursday morning fun. Also, King of Denmark, Ryan Holmes will be on point with his 10 o'clock segment. And don't forget, they got some great prizes for Triple R Trivia. That happens tomorrow morning on the Monsters in the Morning. Look ahead with the team at TK Law. Plan your family's future. Visit OneFirmForLife.com.
You're listening to the Jim Colbert Show.
Hey, you guys are talking about chips? Yeah, they're expensive, man. You got to go to Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, like any of the dollar stores, and just load up. Oh, I got what were they? It was like watermelon rings, like like those peach rings, but with some tahini on it. That's like, I don't know, it was like a new trend or whatever.
Yeah.
And they were banging. Highly recommended.
Hey, Colbert crew, it's Sarah. Jim.
Jim, you're missing out. Cheddar sour cream Ruffles dipped in French onion dip.
Yeah.
Is mind blowing. Oh my gosh, you have to try it. It was one of my favorite high foods. You bait.
Hey, Colbert Show. Hey, Dirty Einstein. How smart can they be if they're served at every restaurant in town? That's number one. Number two, you ever been to a chicken coop? You can throw a cigarette out on the ground and a chicken will eat it. That's not a very smart animal, my friend.
Calling you out on chicken facts.
You made a chicken eat a cigarette, and you're ragging on the chicken. Got it. I mean, it's smart for animals, dude. I mean, it's not like... Come on, man.
I threw it on the ground and they ate it.
I'm going to get him. You watch. You guys gather around. I'm calling. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
What's up?
What are you laughing at?
No, just texting service is always rife with entertainment. 77031. Jim, first-time caller, first-time texter. You can call me Wheels. I'm a retired firefighter. Worked the villages for 25 years. Trust me. The loofah thing is true when you're up at 3 in the morning and there's 50 golf carts parked at somebody's house and they've all got loofahs on them and you have to run the call there.
Oh, wow.
We all know what's going on when you go in.
Wow, really?
They just don't want us to think it's real.
Uh-huh.
Legends?
Well, I told you.
That's history.
Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. So I'll tell you, we were out near there. This is a while back. This would have been like last summer. And we were out there buying some things. And, they just drive their golf carts everywhere.
Yeah.
And a lady drove hers around the corner near the plaza that we were in. And my wife gasped.
The amount of loofahs on her golf cart?
She gasped. And I said, what? And she goes, that lady over there. And I looked over, and it was a woman in her probably early 70s, I would say. I mean, just, making a guess. And she had a red loofah. And my wife was gasping because she looked up on Google what red loofah meant at the villages. And my sister...
means you're up for anything and everything.
It's exactly what it means. She goes, all things. My girl wanted it all. She wanted all of it, Jackson.
Hey, live large.
That's right, man. That's exactly what she said. Like, why not? You're 71 years old. You've lived your life, probably raised your kids, did your whole thing.
Right.
We're good at work. It's time to cut loose. See what that thing still got in it?
Somebody said to also ask Ross at the restaurant he mentioned about the key party, but we all heard about key parties.
I don't know what the key party is.
You don't know what a key party is?
I don't know what the key party is.
Jack, you know what a key party is.
I know what a key party is.
Like a golf cart key? And then you go out and whatever golf cart it cranks up, you get to bang out?
Oh, you're so sweet and innocent. No, it's when you go to a party and when you walk in, everyone throws their keys into a bowl.
Okay.
And then at the end of the night, you just grab a set of keys.
Okay.
Whoever those keys belong to, that's who you're going home with. Jack?
I don't like the randomness of that. I don't
Come on, Steve. It's time to go.
God damn it, I got Phil again.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, God, come on.
Yeah, you did.
They call him Pringles Can Phil. All right, who do we have to thank today, young lady?
Don't you want to do You Heard It Here first?
Oh, yes, let's do You Heard It Here first.
It's time for
Hurry.
You Heard It
I
Here
will.
first
I will.
on the Jim Colbert Show.
All right, real quick, a package of bills under review in the Florida legislature includes a proposal to increase the speed limit on limited access highways to 75 miles an hour. Those are roadways that have designated exits and entrances, such as I-4.
Yep.
It would also raise the speed limit to 70 miles an hour on highways outside urban areas with 5,000 people or more. All other roadways could be increased from 60 to 65 miles an hour across the state.
Nice.
All right, a gas leak was said to have happened at the Orlando VA Medical Center and a dormitory for the veterans on campus. 2 people were injured in the explosions, but are said to only have minor injuries, thankfully. The gas company was called in, and an investigation into the leak was underway. And then finally, which, real quick, do you think is the best state for doctors? Think outside of the box.
Best state for doctors outside the box, Utah.
Jack.
Hawaii.
Montana. is the best state
Nailed
for
it. That was
doctors.
closest.
A new Wallet Hub report compares the 50 states and D.C. based on average pay, number of hospitals, and public health system quality. Indiana ranked second. Hawaii and Rhode Island are at the bottom of the list.
Oh, there you go, Jack. You ruined it.
Oh,
heard it here.
paradise.
You are wronger than everybody.
Wronger.
You are wronger than everybody, Jack.
I don't know. Rhode Island's still out there.
And you heard it here first on the Jim Colbert
Very nice.
Show.
All right, who do we have to thank today?
Okay, we want to thank Elixir once again for our delicious lunch. Don't forget to join Jack there this Saturday.
Yes.
Getting ready to pregame it up for Orlando City. Also want to thank Kathy Burns, Kenny Tallier, and Doritos from the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando. Also want to thank Orlando Sentinel columnist Scott Maxwell, Ross Padgett. Don't forget episode 48 of Good Sauce with Ross and Joel on at 8 o'clock tonight. And then last but never least, Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for running our YouTube chat.
Absolutely, Jack. Do we have a question today? Because I didn't give you one today.
You didn't, but I posted, have you purchased potato chips in 2025? You talked about buying a bag, and
That's a 95%er there, buddy.
no, yesterday that was about right.
Yeah.
Today it's not a 95%er. You want to take another stab at it?
62%.
84%.
Okay, very good. So far off. I was Hawaii off. All right, very good. All right, coming up tomorrow, it'll be Danny Meyering in for Date Night Done Right. We'll talk to Glenn Klausman for Colbert Court. Plus, we'll do your calls, texts, and talkbacks. More prizes to give away. All kinds of fun stuff. That's
yeah.
tomorrow, starting right here at 3 o'clock. Let's get out of here, Jack. What do you say?
Let's do it.
Trivia tonight.
I'm leaving too.
All right, okay, you can go. I don't mind.
Deb, you want to go?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Jimmy and the Meat Sweats.
All right, on behalf of Deb.
That's our
That's
show
my favorite
title.
band. Oh, I love that band.
Teabag, we expect to hear from you tomorrow.
All right, on behalf of Deb and Jack, I am Jim. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the Monsters of the Morning. After us, it's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs, plus Good Sauce at 8 o'clock. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a fantastic Wednesday evening.
And go put some hump in your day. Bye.
Oh, Lord.
If you missed any part of today's show, check out the Jim Colbert Show on demand. And for highlighted feature segments, listen to the Jim Colbert Show, The Goods.